welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. The scent hit me first, warm vanilla old wood, the faintest trace of my mother's perfume. My stomach twisted. This wasn't possible. I was miles away from where I grew up, standing in front of an abandoned house I had never seen before. The porch creaked as I stepped closer. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of memories I shouldn't be smelling, and from inside I heard a voice I hadn't heard in years, calling my name. I froze, my hand hovering over the weathered brass doorknob. The rational part of my brain insisted this was simply a coincidence, similar architecture, similar wood, perhaps even the same brand of varnish my father used on our stairs. But the scent was too precise, too intimate. It carried memories of winter evenings by the fireplace, of hiding under blankets during thunderstorms, of birthday candles and Sunday breakfasts. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding foreign even to my own ears. No response came, yet the sensation of being watched intensified. The door wasn't locked. It swung open with minimal resistance, revealing a foyer that stole my breath. The layout was wrong, completely different from my childhood home, yet somehow familiar in ways I couldn't articulate. The wallpaper pattern seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at it. I reached out to touch it, and the surface felt warm, almost feverish. "This isn't real," I whispered to myself, but the wooden floors creaked beneath my feet in the exact same pattern as those from my youth. 3 steps in, pause, one more step, then the long groan of the 4th plank. My childhood game of avoiding the noisy boards when sneaking down for midnight snacks. From the kitchen came the sound of a kettle whistling, then abruptly stopping. I moved toward it, drawn by an instinct deeper than fear. The kitchen was empty, yet the stovetop was warm when I placed my palm above it. In the sink, a single teacup sat unwashed, lipstick on its rim, the same shade my mother wore for special occasions. I took out my phone, opened the camera app, and began documenting everything. The wallpaper, the teacup, the way the light filtered through windows that faced the wrong direction, yet somehow cast the same patterns on the floor as my childhood home. "If anyone finds this," I narrated quietly, "I entered this house following a familiar scent. Now I'm finding impossible things." The living room contained furniture I'd never seen before, yet arranged in a layout identical to my parents' preferences. On the mantel stood picture frames, all empty of photographs, yet when I approached, I could swear I saw images flickering within them just for a moment before vanishing. I ran my fingers along the mantel and they came away clean. No dust. Someone had been here recently. "Who's here?" I called out, louder this time. "I can hear you moving around." A soft thud came from upstairs, like a book falling from a shelf. Then footsteps, light, quick, like a child running down a hallway. My sister's footsteps. My hands trembled as I climbed the stairs, filming all the while. The staircase had 13 steps, just like my childhood home. The 7th one creaked loudly, just like home. I paused at the top, listening. "This isn't possible," I repeated, my voice barely audible. This house was built decades after my childhood home, different architect, different owners. The hallway stretched before me, longer than it should have been based on the exterior dimensions of the house. 5 doors lined the corridor, exactly matching the upstairs of my childhood home. My bedroom had been the second door on the right. I approached it slowly, my heart pounding against my ribs. The door was slightly ajar, a soft light spilling from within. I pushed it open with my fingertips. The room was empty except for a small desk against the wall. On it sat a journal, my journal, the one I'd lost when we moved away. I'd been devastated, having recorded years of thoughts within its pages. I approached slowly, expecting it to disappear or transform into something else, but it remained solid, real. I opened it with shaking hands. The pages were filled with my handwriting, but not my words, not my memories. Today I found someone in my house, read the first entry. They look like me, but they're not me. They keep saying this is their house. I'm scared. I flip through more pages. They don't see me when I stand right in front of them. They only hear me sometimes. Why won't they leave my house? The entries continued, growing more desperate, more confused. The final entry was dated yesterday. They're coming back today. I can feel it. Maybe this time they'll see me properly. A cold draft swept through the room, raising goosebumps on my arms. The journal fell from my hands, landing open on a blank page. As I watched, words began to appear as if written by an invisible hand. You're standing in my room again. I backed away, colliding with the wall. My phone slipped from my grasp, the screen cracking against the hardwood floor. The camera continued recording, now pointed at my feet. Who are you? I demanded, my voice cracking. What do you want? The temperature in the room plummeted. I could see my breath forming clouds in the air. Then warmth, a single spot of heat pressed against my shoulder like a hand. I ran down the hallway, down the stairs, stumbling over my own feet. The front door refused to open, the knob turning uselessly in my grip. I pressed my forehead against the wood, breathing heavily. Behind me, the house had fallen silent. No footsteps, no voice, just the familiar scent of home growing stronger. I turned around slowly. The interior of the house had changed. The wallpaper was now exactly like my childhood home. The furniture was ours, the worn sofa where my father napped on Sunday afternoons, my mother's reading chair by the window, the coffee table with the distinctive water ring from when I'd spilled a glass of juice and tried to hide it. On the wall hung our family portrait, the one taken months before the accident, before I lost them all. I approached it slowly. Our smiling faces looked back at me, my parents, my sister, me, except my face was blurred as if someone had rubbed it away. A notebook lay open on the coffee table. I recognized my mother's handwriting. We can't leave until you remember what happened, what you did. The words struck me like a physical blow. Memories I'd buried surged forward, the argument, the candle I'd knocked over in anger, the spreading flames, the screams. I didn't mean to, I whispered to the empty room. It was an accident. The house groaned around me as if in pain. The scent of vanilla and perfume was suddenly overtaken by the acrid smell of smoke. The temperature rose dramatically. Sweat beaded on my forehead as I spun around, looking for an escape. The walls began to blister, paint bubbled and peeled, family photos curled and blackened. I heard my sister's voice clear as day. "Why did you leave us?" "I didn't know you were still inside," I choked out. "They told me everyone got out." The smoke grew thicker. I dropped to my knees, crawling toward the front door. My hand closed around the doorknob, blisteringly hot now, and pulled. Fresh air rushed in. I tumbled onto the porch, gasping. When I looked back, the house appeared normal again, abandoned, no signs of fire or destruction. But the scent lingered on my clothes, not smoke, but vanilla and old wood in my mother's perfume. And when I played back the video on my cracked phone screen, the house in the footage wasn't the one standing before me. It was my childhood home, exactly as it had been before the fire. In the final frame, 3 figures stood at the window watching me. Their faces were clear, familiar, loving. The 4th face, mine, was among them, but transparent, like a reflection on water. I visit the house every day now. Each time I make it a little further inside. Each time I stay a little longer. The house remembers what I did, what I tried to forget. And one day I know it will keep me. Sometimes, when the wind is right, passers-by might catch a strange scent: vanilla, old wood, and the faintest trace of perfume. If they listen carefully, they might hear a family laughing together and wonder who lives in that old abandoned house. Story 2. At first I thought I was just tired. I would walk upstairs to grab something from my room, but when I reached the top, the hallway would be different, longer, darker, doors where they shouldn't be. But tonight, as I climbed, the air smelled damp, thick with the scent of wet stone. My pulse pounded. I reached the top. The walls were brick now, narrow and unfamiliar, and behind me the staircase was gone. I pressed my palm against the rough bricks, feeling their cold solidity beneath my fingertips. They were real, too real, grooved and imperfect under my touch. A single bulb swayed gently overhead, casting elongated shadows that seemed to move independently of the light source. The corridor stretched before me, narrowing into darkness, with 5 wooden doors lining its length. This wasn't my hallway, this wasn't my house, this wasn't even remotely possible. I turned back to where the stairs should have been, finding only more brick wall. My fingernails scratched against the surface, searching for seams, for any hint of the passageway that had brought me here. Nothing. The bricks remained immovable, mocking my increasing panic. My phone showed no signal, the screen flickering with static whenever I tried to use the camera to document what was happening. I snapped photos anyway, watching as each image warped, distorted, showing corridors longer than what stood before me, doors that multiplied between frames. I had to stay calm, I had to think logically. I began to document everything in my notes app, typing with trembling fingers. Night 1, staircase led to brick corridor. 5 doors, no exit visible, phone malfunctioning, air smells damp mineral. The first door was painted a deep burgundy, its brass handle tarnished with age. When I pressed my ear against it, I heard what sounded like rainfall, though the rhythm was wrong, too measured, too deliberate. I turned the handle. The room beyond was an exact replica of my childhood bedroom, down to the soccer trophies on the shelf and the faded constellation map on the ceiling. But everything was slightly askew, as if assembled from an imperfect memory. The rain sound came from a small tape recorder on the nightstand, playing a loop that didn't quite sound like water anymore. I backed out, closing the door firmly. My heart raced as I documented what I'd seen, noticing that the words on my screen seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. The second door was painted white, pristine and unmarked. No sound came from behind it. The handle was ice cold, burning my palm as I turned it. Inside was a white room, completely empty except for a single chair facing away from me. I couldn't see if anyone sat in it, and something in me refused to check. I closed that door quickly, my breath coming in short gasps. Door 2, white room, empty except for chair. Temperature drop. Something wrong with the space, feels larger than possible. The third door was different weathered wood with no paint, warm to the touch. Behind it, I found a library that stretched impossibly far, shelves towering to heights that defied the external dimensions of the corridor. Each book spine displayed the same title, The Resident. I pulled one free, finding all the pages blank except for the first, which contained a single line. They always check the third door first. I slammed the book shut, replacing it with shaking hands. As I turned to leave, I noticed a desk near the door with a journal open to a page of handwritten text. The handwriting was mine, but I had no memory of writing it. The entry described finding a strange corridor at the top of my stairs, checking doors, finding a library. Door 3, library, books titled The Resident. Journal with my handwriting describing exactly what I'm doing now. Something rustled deep within the library stacks. I didn't stay to investigate. Back in the corridor, the light bulb flickered, dimming momentarily. When it brightened again, the remaining doors had changed positions. The air felt charged, as if a storm brewed within the confined space. I pressed my hand against the wall, feeling a faint vibration through the bricks. The fourth door was slightly ajar, a sliver of blue light spilling onto the corridor floor. From inside came the sound of static, punctuated by fragments of a voice that sounded disturbingly like my own. I pushed the door open wider. The room held nothing but an old television set, its screen showing snowy static. As I watched, shapes formed in the chaos, a figure walking upstairs, reaching a landing, opening doors. The figure was me from moments ago. I was watching myself investigate this impossible place. The me on the screen turned suddenly, looking directly at the camera, mouth moving in words I couldn't hear. I stepped closer, straining to understand. The screen flickered, and suddenly the view changed, showing my living room downstairs, empty and dark, then my kitchen, then my bedroom, then back to me, standing in this very room, watching the television. Except the me on the screen was now standing behind a different me, one I couldn't feel or see in the room with me. The on-screen version of myself reached out toward the back of the other me's head, fingers stretching, grasping. I spun around. The room was empty. Door 4, television showing footage of me in these rooms, possible time distortion, suggestion of another presence. My skin crawled with the sensation of being watched. The vibration in the walls intensified, the brick seeming to pulse with a rhythm that matched my heartbeat. The light swung more violently now, casting nauseating, swooping shadows. Only one door remained, a simple wooden door with peeling gray paint. Unlike the others, this one looked ordinary, familiar. It looked like the door to my own bedroom. I approached cautiously, notebook clutched in one hand, phone in the other. I pressed record on the voice memo app, narrating my findings in a whisper that sounded too loud in the confined space. Final door, gray paint, appears to be my bedroom door. Walls vibrating, light unstable, temperature fluctuating. The handle felt normal, neither hot nor cold. It turned easily under my grip. I pushed the door open. Beyond was my bedroom, exactly as I had left it. My bed with its rumpled sheets, the stack of books on the nightstand, the laptop closed on the desk. Relief flooded through me as I stepped inside, ready to collapse onto my bed and convince myself this had all been some bizarre hallucination. But as the door swung shut behind me, I noticed something that froze the blood in my veins. The window, my window that should have shown the backyard and the old oak tree, instead revealed the brick corridor I had just left. And through that window I could see myself, standing in my bedroom, looking out. Our eyes met across the impossible geometry of the space. The other me smiled in a way I never had, never would. Then it turned and walked toward my bed, sat down, and began to write in a journal identical to the one I held. I lunged for the bedroom door, yanking it open. The staircase was there now, leading down to my living room. I nearly fell in my haste to descend, taking the steps 2 at a time, my heart hammering against my ribs. In the living room, everything appeared normal. The television was off. The clock on the wall had stopped. My dog lay sleeping on the couch, undisturbed by my panic. I checked the doors locked, windows secured, everything in its place. Eventually, my breathing slowed, my pulse steadied. I convinced myself it had been a waking dream, a stress-induced hallucination. I even laughed, a brittle sound in a quiet house. That night I slept downstairs on the couch, unable to face the staircase. In the morning, sunlight streamed through the windows, normality restored. I felt foolish for my fear, though I still approached the stairs with caution. They led up to my regular hallway, my regular bedroom, everything as it should be. I almost convinced myself it had never happened until I found the journal on my nightstand, the one I'd been documenting my experience in. Opening it, I found pages of my handwriting describing doors and corridors and impossible rooms. And on the final page, in handwriting almost but not quite my own: I've been waiting for you to find this. Climb the stairs tonight. I'll be waiting at the top. Next time we'll go so much further. Every night since then I've slept downstairs. Every morning I check my bedroom, finding everything normal. But each day something subtle changes, a book out of place, a picture frame turned slightly, my clothes arranged differently than I left them. And sometimes from the corner of my eye, I catch a glimpse of movement at the top of the stairs, a figure that looks like me, watching, waiting for me to climb those steps again. I know what lives up there isn't me. I know the staircase doesn't lead to my hallway anymore. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to my core, that someday my curiosity will overcome my fear. When that happens, I'll climb those stairs again, and whatever wears my face will be waiting. Story 3, he's always there, standing across the street, perfectly still, dressed in a black suit that looks just slightly outdated. He doesn't speak, doesn't blink. The air around him always smells faintly of rain, even when the pavement is dry. I've tried ignoring him, pretending he isn't there. But yesterday, when I walked past him, my stomach twisted. The suit he was wearing, it was mine. I first noticed him during my morning walk. Same route I always take, past the row of identical houses with their manicured lawns, down the sloping hill toward the park. But that day, something felt different. The morning fog hung heavier than usual, clinging to the edges of buildings and wrapping around street lamps like fingers. And there he was, a silhouette against the mist, standing motionless on the corner. I thought nothing of it initially, just another commuter waiting for a ride, perhaps. But as I approached, I realized he wasn't checking his phone or shifting his weight or doing any of those little unconscious movements people make when they're waiting. He was completely still, as if someone had placed a mannequin on the sidewalk and forgotten about it. Something about him made my skin crawl. I crossed to the other side of the street, quickening my pace. The smell hit me, then petrichor, that distinctive scent of rain on dry earth, yet the ground was bone dry. I glanced back over my shoulder, and he remained in place, facing forward, his features obscured by distance and fog. The next day he was there again, same spot, same posture, same unsettling stillness. The only difference was that he had moved slightly closer to my usual path. I felt my heart racing as I passed him, keeping my eyes fixed straight ahead. The rain smell intensified, and underneath it, something else, mothballs and old cologne. Days passed, and he became a fixture of my morning routine. Always present, always watching, always silent. I began to notice details about him: the slightly frayed cuffs of his suit jacket, the way his tie hung perfectly straight despite the morning breeze, how his shoes never seemed to gather dust or dirt. My sleep became fragmented, filled with dreams of being watched. I'd wake up sweating, convinced I could smell rain in my bedroom. My appetite disappeared. Friends commented on my distracted manner, the dark circles forming under my eyes. I told no one about the man. What would I say? That I was being stalked by a motionless stranger who never approached me. I tried changing my route. I walked different streets, left at different times, even drove instead of walking. It didn't matter. Wherever I went, he was always there, positioned strategically along my path, always watching, always waiting. I began documenting everything. I took photos, but they always came out blurry or overexposed around his figure. I tried recording videos, but the footage would glitch whenever I pointed the camera in his direction. I wrote detailed notes, tracking his appearances, looking for patterns, trying to make sense of the impossible. On the 15th day, I snapped. I marched directly toward him, my fists clenched, fear and anger boiling inside me. "Who are you?" I shouted. "What do you want?" He didn't respond, didn't move, didn't even seem to breathe. Standing before him, I noticed something I hadn't been able to see from a distance. His face was smooth, almost featureless, like someone had taken an eraser to the details. His eyes were dark voids, reflecting nothing. And his suit, it looked exactly like the one I had stored in my closet, the one I had worn to my father's funeral years ago. I reached out to touch his sleeve, and as my fingers brushed the fabric, a jolt of electricity shot through my body. The world around me flashed negative, like a photographic inverse. For a split second, I saw myself standing there, wearing the suit, looking back at me with those empty eyes. I stumbled backward, my heart pounding against my ribs. The man remained motionless, but somehow I could feel his attention sharpening, focusing on me with terrible intensity. That night I tore apart my closet, searching for my old suit. I found it tucked away in the back, wrapped in plastic. As I pulled it out, my blood turned to ice. The suit was damp, smelling of rain and earth. The cuffs were frayed, exactly like the man's suit, and clinging to the lapel was a single strand of hair that I knew, without checking, wasn't mine. I burned the suit in my backyard fire pit, watching the flames consume the fabric. Black smoke billowed upward, forming shapes that seemed almost deliberate before dissipating into the night sky. As the last ember died, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. Perhaps this had been the answer all along. The next morning, I stepped outside, taking a deep breath of clean air. I felt lighter, calmer. Then I saw him. He was standing at the end of my driveway. He was wearing a new suit, charcoal gray, modern cut. My heart sank as I recognized it, the suit hanging in my bedroom, the one I'd planned to wear to an upcoming wedding. I retreated inside, locking the door behind me. I called in sick to work. I closed all the blinds and sat in the middle of my living room, surrounded by the notes and blurry photos I'd collected. Looking at them now, I noticed something I'd missed before. In each photo, the man was slightly closer, his position shifting incrementally toward me with each passing day. The smell of rain began to seep under my door. I stuffed towels against the crack, but it grew stronger. A light tapping started at my window, gentle but insistent, not like raindrops, but like fingernails on glass. I spent the day in a state of hypervigilance, jumping at every creak of the house settling. When night fell, exhaustion finally overcame my fear, and I drifted into an uneasy sleep on the couch. I dreamed of standing on a street corner, watching a nervous man walk past. In the dream, I was wearing a suit that wasn't mine, and I couldn't move, couldn't speak, could only watch as the man hurried by, glancing anxiously in my direction. I woke with a start, my body drenched in sweat that smelled faintly of mothballs and old cologne. The living room was dark except for a faint glow coming from the window. I approached cautiously, pulling back the curtain. The man was standing in my front yard, illuminated by moonlight. He was wearing my clothes, not just the suit now, but my favorite sweater, my worn jeans, my running shoes. His featureless face was turned toward my window, and though he had no eyes, I knew he was looking directly at me. In that moment, understanding washed over me like a wave. He wasn't following me. He was replacing me. I let the curtain fall back into place and stumbled to the bathroom. The mirror showed me a face I barely recognized, hollow-cheeked, wild-eyed, my skin pallid and waxy. As I stared at my reflection, I noticed something that made my blood freeze. My features were beginning to blur, the edges of my face softening, losing definition. I pressed my hands to my cheeks, feeling the contours of my bone structure. My fingers came away damp with a clear fluid that smelled of rain. When I returned to the window, the man was gone. In his place was a perfect circle of dead grass, bone-dry despite the moisture that now seemed to be leaking from my pores. Days have passed since then. I've not left the house. Food tastes like wet earth. Water runs black from the tap for several seconds before clearing. My reflection grows more indistinct each time I dare to look. And the man, he's moved on from standing outside. I catch glimpses of him in reflective surfaces, the television screen, the chrome of the toaster, the darkened window at night. Always watching, always waiting, always wearing something else of mine. My voice recorder sits on the table before me, its small red light blinking as I speak these words. I'm leaving this testimony because I know what's happening now. I know why his suit looked like mine that day. He's not copying me, he's not replacing me, he's becoming me. And I'm becoming him. The process is nearly complete. My skin feels tight, ill-fitting. My joints lock up for minutes at a time. The smell of rain follows me everywhere, emanating from my pores. I wonder about the man he was before. Did he try to fight it too? Did he record his own desperate warnings? Did anyone listen? Yesterday, I found myself standing perfectly still in my living room for hours, unable to move, barely able to breathe. When I finally broke free, my legs carried me to the closet where I methodically put on my black suit, the one I don't remember buying. The fabric feels right against my skin, familiar in a way nothing else does anymore. When I put it on, the rain smell subsides, replaced by a sense of purpose, of inevitability. I know what I must do now. I must find someone else, someone to stand across from, someone to watch, someone to become. So if you see a man in a black suit standing perfectly still, smelling faintly of rain, don't approach him. Don't speak to him. Don't acknowledge him in any way. Because by then, it will already be too late. I'm not me anymore. I'm the man in the suit who never moves. And I'm coming for you next. Story 4, I was half asleep when I saw it. A face, just barely visible through the small gap between my closet doors. My breath caught, my body frozen beneath the blankets. The air smelled of old fabric and something faintly bitter. I tried to convince myself it was just my clothes, a trick of the shadows. But then, as I stared, the face shifted, and it was smiling. The smile wasn't friendly. It stretched too wide, the corners reaching impossibly far across what I could see of its features. I closed my eyes, counting my heartbeats, telling myself that when I opened them again, it would be gone. Just my mind playing tricks in that hazy space between wakefulness and dreams. But when I looked again, it was still there, more distinct now. Pale skin stretched taut over sharp cheekbones. Dark, unblinking eyes focused directly on mine, the smile unwavering. I reached for my phone, wanting its light, needing to prove to myself that I was seeing things. The screen illuminated my bedroom with a harsh blue glow, but I couldn't bring myself to point it toward the closet. Instead, I took a photo, blindly, arm extended, flash on. When I checked the image, my closet doors appeared closed, normal, empty. Relief flooded through me until I noticed a detail that turned my blood cold. In the reflection on my dresser mirror, captured in the edge of the photo, the closet doors were open wide, and standing between them was a figure, tall and thin, its face obscured by shadow except for that terrible smile. I threw back the covers and ran from my bedroom through the hallway and into the living room. The night felt heavy around me, pressing against my skin. I turned on every light, checked every lock, and huddled on the couch until morning light filtered through the windows. When daylight came, I convinced myself it had been a nightmare. I returned to my bedroom cautiously, finding everything in place. The closet doors were shut tight, showing no sign of disturbance. I approached them slowly, heart pounding, and pulled them open with a swift motion. Just clothes, just shoes, just the normal contents of a normal closet. I told no one about what I'd seen. What was there to tell? A face that wasn't there in a photo that showed nothing. But I started noticing things, small changes in my apartment. Objects moved from where I'd left them. The subtle scent of something bitter lingering in rooms I hadn't entered, the feeling of being watched when I was alone. I began documenting everything, taking photos of how I left rooms before going out, comparing them to what I found upon return, setting up voice recorders while I slept. The recordings captured nothing unusual, just the ambient sounds of night, yet sometimes, when listening closely with headphones, I could detect something like breathing beneath the white noise, something that didn't match the rhythm of my own recorded breaths. The photos showed more, subtle differences of book tilted at a different angle, curtains with a different hang, shadows that didn't quite correspond to the objects casting them, and occasionally in reflective surfaces, blurry suggestions of someone standing just out of frame. I started sleeping on the couch, unable to face my bedroom, but that didn't help. The face appeared again, this time peeking from behind my refrigerator, an impossible space, far too narrow for anyone to fit. I blinked hard and it vanished, but the smile lingered, burned into my vision like an afterimage. The voice recorders began picking up whispers, indistinct at first, then forming patterns that almost resembled words. I spent hours listening, transcribing what I thought I heard. "Let me in, I see you watching. Your eyes are next." My apartment began to feel too small, the walls too close, the air too thick to breathe properly. I started spending more time outside in public places surrounded by people, but even there I wasn't free. I would catch glimpses of that face in windows, in puddles, in the polished metal of elevator doors. One night, unable to bear returning home, I checked into a motel. The room was sparse but clean. No closets, just an open rack for hanging clothes. I felt safer there and eventually drifted into an uneasy sleep. I woke to the sound of tapping, gentle but persistent, like fingernails against glass. The window was covered with heavy curtains, and I couldn't see if anything was outside. The tapping continued, moving from the window to the walls, circling the room. I huddled under the blankets, eyes wide in the darkness, tracking the sound. Then it stopped. The silence that followed was worse somehow. I strained to hear anything: traffic outside, other guests, the hum of the heating system, but there was nothing. The world seemed to hold its breath. The bathroom door creaked open slowly. I hadn't closed it fully before going to bed, but now it swung wide, revealing the darkness beyond. And in that darkness I saw it again, the face, no longer hiding, no longer peeking through gaps, but fully present, floating in the blackness, the smile wider than ever. I scrambled for the light switch, fingers fumbling against the wall. When the lights came on, the bathroom was empty. I checked everywhere: behind the shower curtain, under the sink, even the impossibly small cabinet above the toilet. Nothing, no one. I didn't sleep again that night. When morning came, I returned to my apartment, determined to end this. Whatever was happening, whatever was following me, I needed answers. I set up my phone to record video in my bedroom, pointing directly at the closet. Then I sat on the edge of my bed and spoke aloud. I know you're there, I can see you. What do you want from me? The air in the room changed immediately. It became dense, difficult to move through. The bitter smell returned, stronger than before. The walls seemed to vibrate slightly, as if responding to a frequency just beyond human hearing. And then the closet doors began to open, slowly, inch by inch, with no visible hand pushing them. The gap widened, revealing darkness deeper than it should be, given the shallow depth of my closet. I wanted to run, but something held me in place. Curiosity, perhaps, or the certainty that running would solve nothing, that whatever this was would follow me regardless. From the darkness emerged not just a face this time, but a figure. It moved strangely, with jolting, unnatural motions, as if it wasn't accustomed to having a body. But the face that was exactly as I remembered, pale skin, dark eyes, that terrible smile. It stepped into my room and the air grew colder around it. "What are you?" I whispered. The figure tilted its head, the movement too sharp, too angular. When it spoke, its mouth didn't move. The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. "I am what watches from between spaces," it said, "what waits in the gaps of your perception. What do you want? To wear your eyes, to see as you see, to be as you are." It moved closer, each step bringing a wave of cold that made my skin prickle. I backed away until I hit the wall. "You've been watching me," I said. "Always, since you first noticed the spaces between things, the cracks in reality where I reside." The figure reached out one long, pale hand toward my face. I ducked away, lunging for the door, but found it wouldn't open. The knob turned freely in my hand, but the door remained fixed in place, as solid as the wall around it. "You invited me in," the figure said. "Each time you looked for me, each time you documented my presence, you made me stronger, you gave me form." I realized then my mistake. My obsessive documentation, my constant vigilance. I hadn't been protecting myself. I'd been feeding it, giving it substance through my attention and fear. "If I stop looking for you," I said, "if I stop believing in you, will you disappear?" The smile widened impossibly further, splitting the face almost in half. Do you think you can stop now? Do you think you can ever unsee me? It was right. Even if I closed my eyes, I would see that face against the darkness of my eyelids. Even if I covered my ears, I would hear that voice in the silence. It had become part of my perception, woven into the fabric of how I experienced reality. The figure moved closer still, its form flickering like a badly tuned television signal. "Your turn to watch from the spaces between," it whispered. In desperation, I grabbed the lamp from my bedside table and swung it at the figure. It passed through, meeting no resistance, as if striking smoke. The momentum carried me forward off balance. I stumbled and fell toward the open closet. The darkness within rushed up to meet me, expanding, engulfing. I felt myself falling through emptiness, the bedroom receding above me like the shrinking circle of light at the end of a tunnel. Then nothing, a void without sensation, without time, without boundary. When awareness returned, I was back in my bedroom. Everything looked normal. Sunlight streamed through the windows. The closet doors were closed, but something was different. My perspective was wrong, confined, limited. I tried to move and couldn't, tried to speak and produced no sound. That's when I noticed my body sitting on the edge of the bed, my face with my features, my hair, my clothes, but the eyes were different, darker, and the mouth was fixed in a smile that stretched too wide. My body stood, moved to the mirror, and examined its reflection with curious, jerking motions. It raised hands to touch its face, my face, with wondering fingers. Then it turned and looked directly at where I was trapped. I realized with horror where I was, what I had become. I was looking out from between the closet doors, a face, just barely visible through the small gap. And I was smiling because that's all I could do now. Smile and watch and wait for someone new to notice the spaces between things. Story 5. I was driving home, my headlights cutting through the darkness when I saw a road branching off to the side, leading into the trees. I had never noticed it before. My stomach twisted. The air smelled damp, thick with the scent of pine and something sharper like burning wood. I checked my GPS. No road, no turn, just empty forest. But in my rearview mirror, I could still see it, waiting. I kept driving, gripping the steering wheel tighter. The memory of that road lingered in my mind for days. Every night I would take the same route home, and every night I would see it, that impossible road, visible only when I was alone in my car. On the 5th night I stopped. The engine idled as I stared at the narrow path cutting between ancient trees. My rational mind screamed warnings, but curiosity pulled at me like a physical force. I turned off the main road. The pavement beneath my tires changed immediately. No longer smooth asphalt, but something uneven, almost organic. My headlights dimmed without warning, casting just enough light to see a few feet ahead. The trees on either side grew denser, their branches reaching toward my car like grasping fingers. I should have turned back, anyone would have, but something whispered that this road had appeared for me specifically, and I needed to discover why. The radio crackled to life without my touching it. Static at first, then fragments of words coming through the white noise. Not a radio station, something else. A voice speaking directly to me. though I could only catch pieces. Finally found watching so long. I switched it off, my hand trembling. The silence that followed felt heavier than the static had been. My breath fogged the windshield despite the warmth outside. I rolled down the window, needing fresh air. The smell hit me immediately, that same burning scent from before, but stronger. Underneath it was something else, something metallic and organic, like copper pennies and rotting leaves. I continued driving, the road narrowing further. My headlights revealed something ahead, a structure of some kind. As I approached, I saw it was a small wooden bridge spanning a ravine I never knew existed in these woods. The bridge looked ancient, its planks warped and discolored. I stopped the car before the bridge. The engine died without warning. In the sudden silence, I heard water rushing below, though I couldn't see it in the darkness. I should have stayed in the car. I should have tried to restart the engine and leave. Instead, I stepped outside. The air felt wrong against my skin, too thick, too warm. The darkness seemed to press in from all sides, my flashlight barely cutting through it. The bridge creaked under my weight as I stepped onto it. Halfway across, I stopped. Something moved in the darkness below, not water, something else. I pointed my flashlight down, and for a split second I saw faces looking back at me from the darkness. Dozens of them, pale and expressionless, their eyes reflecting my light like animals. I stumbled backward, nearly falling. When I looked again, they were gone. Just rushing water below, nothing more. On the other side of the bridge stood a small cabin. No lights inside, no smoke from the chimney, but it didn't look abandoned. It looked waiting. The door opened as I approached, not swinging wide, just a gentle movement, an invitation. Inside, a single candle burned on a table, casting long shadows on the walls. Next to it lay a book, open to a blank page. I approached the table, driven by a curiosity I couldn't explain. Next to the book was a pen, old-fashioned and heavy. Without thinking, I picked it up. Words appeared on the page before me, forming as if written by an invisible hand. "We've been waiting for you to find us." I dropped the pen, backing away. The words remained black against the yellowed paper. More appeared beneath them. "Everyone who finds this road has something they're running from. What are you running from?" My heart pounded in my chest. I looked around the cabin, searching for hidden cameras, for any sign this was some elaborate prank. The walls were bare except for a single mirror hanging opposite the table. In the mirror I saw myself, but not alone. Behind me stood a figure, blurred and indistinct. I spun around, nobody there. When I looked back at the mirror, the figure remained, slightly clearer now. I recognized the face, my own, but different, older perhaps, or from a different reality entirely. The book on the table had filled with more words. "We all come here eventually. This road exists for those who need to face themselves." I approached the mirror again. The figure behind my reflection moved independently now, stepping closer. I could see details I'd missed before, the hollow eyes, the tight, knowing smile. Not me, but wearing my face like a mask. "What are you?" I whispered. The figure in the mirror moved its lips, but the voice came from behind me, warm breath against my ear. I am what you would become if you continued down your current path. I whirled around again, nothing. The cabin seemed smaller now, the walls closer. The candle flickered, throwing wild shadows across the room. The book on the table continued to fill with words. The road appears only to those who need it most, those at a crossroads, those who must choose. I returned to the table, drawn despite my fear. Choose what? I asked aloud. New words formed on the page. Whether to continue becoming me or to turn back now. The mirror behind me cracked, a spider web of lines spreading across its surface. Through the cracks, I saw not the cabin, but somewhere else a future, perhaps. I saw myself, but hollow-eyed and distant, surrounded by wealth and success, but utterly alone. I turned away from the mirror, back to the book. How do I avoid becoming that? The words appeared slower now. You already know, that's why the road appeared to you. Deep down I did know. The relentless ambition, the bridges burned, the relationships sacrificed, all leading to that empty-eyed figure in the mirror. The candle flickered once more, then went out. In the darkness I felt rather than saw the cabin changing around me. The air grew fresher, the oppressive feeling lifting. When I managed to turn on my flashlight, I found myself standing not in a cabin but in the forest, the road stretching before and behind me. My car sat where I'd left it, engine running now, headlights on. I got in, hands shaking, and drove back the way I'd come. The main road appeared ahead, normal and reassuring. Before turning onto it, I looked in my rearview mirror. The mysterious road was already fading, becoming indistinguishable from the surrounding forest. I drive that route every night now. Sometimes I see the road, sometimes I don't. I never turn down it anymore, but I take comfort in knowing it's there, a reminder of the choice I made and continue to make every day. The strange thing is, I've started noticing other cars occasionally slowing down at that exact spot where the road appears to me. I wonder if they see it too. I wonder if they'll turn. I wonder what they need to face. Story 6. I haven't had a landline in years. The phone is old, disconnected, just something I never bothered to throw out. But today, as I walked past, the air smelled thick, heavy with dust. And then the machine clicked on. My breath caught as a voice played through the speaker. My voice. I need you to listen carefully. The message continued in my own cadence, my own inflection. Something is happening that you need to understand. Pay attention to the shifts. Then static, followed by silence. I stood frozen beside the antique device, my fingers hovering over its plastic shell. The disconnected cord lay limply on the hardwood floor, grayed with age. I pressed the playback button, expecting nothing. Yet my voice emerged again, identical in every respect. I need you to listen carefully. Something is happening that you need to understand. Pay attention to the shifts. My skin prickled. I unplugged the machine from the wall, though it hadn't been connected to power in the first place. I removed the backup batteries. I pressed play again. I need you to listen carefully. My voice emerged from dead electronics. I backed away until my shoulders hit the wall. The rational part of my mind insisted on explanations. A prank, a recording I'd forgotten, a hallucination brought on by stress or lack of sleep. But deep down, I recognized something else at work, something beyond conventional understanding. That night, I couldn't sleep. I placed the answering machine in my bedroom closet, wrapped in a thick wool blanket, door firmly closed. Yet somewhere between consciousness and dreams, I heard it click on again, the mechanical whir of its internal tape. My voice spoke through layers of fabric and wood. Pay attention to the shifts. Morning came with sharp clarity. I decided to document everything, to prove to myself I wasn't losing my mind. I took photos of the machine, recorded video of me removing all power sources, then pressing play to show the impossibility of what was happening. But when I reviewed the footage, the screen showed only static when the machine should have spoken. I began to notice other things. The mirror in my bathroom reflected my movements with a slight delay, perhaps just microseconds, but noticeable when I focused. The water from my faucet ran cold when I wanted hot, hot when I wanted cold, but only on the first try. The shadows in my apartment seemed to linger after I turned on lights, dissolving reluctantly rather than vanishing instantly. These were the shifts, small distortions in reality that nobody would notice unless they were looking for them. I started keeping a journal. Monday, found all the clocks in my home displaying different times, despite setting them correctly the previous evening. Tuesday, all my family photos now showed me standing on the opposite side from where I remembered posing. Wednesday, my coffee tasted like salt, my salt like sugar, only for the first sip or taste. The answering machine continued its one-sided conversation, adding new fragments each day. We exist in layers, my voice explained one morning. Reality isn't solid. The boundaries are thinning where you are, it warned that afternoon. I crossed too far, it whispered that night. Now I can't get back. I began to understand I was communicating with myself, but not myself as I currently existed. Something had fractured, and versions of me from somewhere else, some adjacent reality, were bleeding through. I tried to respond, speaking directly to the machine. Who are you? What happened? But the device only played my pre-recorded questions back to me hours later, as if mocking my attempts at dialogue. The shifts intensified. I found rooms in my apartment rearranged subtly, furniture moved inches from its original position, books shelved in reverse order, food items in my refrigerator reorganized by color rather than type. I documented everything meticulously, placing markers that would reveal any changes. One morning I woke to find all my careful documentation altered. My journal entries were written in a handwriting almost identical to mine, but with subtle differences, my loops more closed, my crosses more slanted. The photographs I'd taken showed angles I couldn't remember capturing. The videos played back scenes I had no memory of recording. The answering machine spoke again as I examined these changes. Every choice creates a branch, my voice explained. Every decision splits reality, but the walls between branches should be solid. I found myself standing before the bathroom mirror, studying my reflection with intense focus. Something about my face seemed wrong, not dramatically different, but as if someone had made a highly detailed mask of me with minute imperfections. I raised my hand. My reflection followed, but I could swear its fingertips touched the glass surface a fraction of a second before mine did. "Are you me?" I whispered to my reflection. My reflection mouthed something different. That night I dreamt of endless hallways lined with doors, each one opening onto a life almost identical to mine, with variations so subtle they were maddening to identify. Behind one door, everything was the same except all written text appeared slightly blurred. Behind another, the sound of my footsteps echoed twice. Behind a third, my shadow fell in the wrong direction. I awoke to the answering machine's mechanical click. "The fracture is widening," my voice said. "Soon we'll merge completely." The shifts now occurred constantly. Objects moved when I looked away. Sounds echoed before their sources made noise. I caught glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, someone always just leaving a room as I entered it. I tried to escape, to leave my apartment, but outside seemed even more wrong. The sky held too many colors. People's faces appeared slightly unfocused, as if I needed glasses. When someone spoke to me, their words reached my ears scrambled, becoming clear only after several seconds of concentration. I returned home and barricaded the door. The answering machine waited for me. "There are consequences to seeing the fractures," my voice warned. "Once you notice them, you can't stop noticing. Once you exist in multiple places, you can never fully exist in just one again." I shouted at the machine, demanded answers, explanations, solutions. I threatened to destroy it, to burn it, to bury it. The machine merely clicked in response, then played back. I already tried that. Fear gave way to a strange calm. If I was communicating with another version of myself, perhaps I could learn something. I sat cross-legged before the machine and asked questions patiently. Sometimes it would respond immediately, sometimes hours later, sometimes not at all. "How many versions are there?" I asked. "Infinite," came the reply, "but only few are close enough to glide through." How did this start? With curiosity, with looking too hard at things most people ignore. How does it end? Silence for hours, then it doesn't. I began to notice traces of others in my home, not just one alternate version of myself, but many. A coffee mug appeared in my sink that was identical to mine, but with a hairline crack I knew hadn't been there before. A book on my shelf had dog-eared pages I hadn't marked. My bed sheet smelled faintly of a cologne I didn't wear. The answering machine's messages became cryptic, fragmented. Some versions are trying to static interrupted. Don't trust the one who the message cut off. We're becoming unstable across all, then silence. I began to wonder if these weren't messages at all, but fragments of conversations I'd had in other realities, slipping through the fracture like radio signals catching distant stations. One morning I found a note written in my handwriting on my bedside table. Look in the mirror and say your name backward. I stood before the bathroom mirror, studied my not quite right reflection, and pronounced my name in reverse. My reflection smiled before I did. Thank you, it said with my voice, my lips, but not my will. I felt a violent tugging sensation as if hooks had sunk into my skin from all directions. The bathroom blurred around me. When my vision cleared, everything looked the same, but subtly wrong. The towel hung on the opposite hook. The soap was a different brand, the light fixture a different style. The answering machine sat on the bathroom counter, though I knew I'd left it in the living room. The exchange is complete, my voice said from the machine. I needed something stable to anchor to. Your reality was more intact than mine. I ran to the front door but found it locked from the outside. Windows that should have opened were now fixed in place. I was trapped in a version of my home that wasn't mine. In the living room mirror, I caught sight of my reflection walking away, no longer mimicking my movements. It turned once, noticed me watching, and nodded almost sympathetically before continuing out of frame. The answering machine clicked on one final time. I'm sorry, my voice said, but fractures need to be sealed from one side or the other. Someone always ends up on the wrong side of the repair. Now I spend my days looking for weaknesses in this reality, documenting the shifts and changes, speaking messages into an answering machine that might reach another version of myself, warning them, preparing them, hoping they'll listen carefully. Story 7. I was adjusting my tie in the mirror, fixing my hair like I did every morning, but today my stomach clenched. The air smelled of lavender soap and something faintly metallic. I turned to grab my jacket, and in the corner of my eye I saw it. My reflection hadn't moved yet. At first I convinced myself it was nothing, just a trick of perception, a slight delay between movement and recognition. I turned back slowly, fully facing the mirror again. My reflection stared back, mimicking my movements perfectly once more. Normal, expected, but the unease lingered like a shadow that refuses to fade when the light returns. I leaned closer to the mirror, examining my face. The dark circles under my eyes seemed deeper than usual, my skin paler. Had I always looked this tired, this hollow? I pressed my fingertips against the cool glass, watching as my reflection did the same. The surface felt different, somehow warmer than it should be, almost like touching skin instead of glass. That evening I returned home after a day filled with mundane tasks and conversations that now seemed distant and unimportant. Something had shifted in my perception. The bathroom mirror called to me like a silent siren. I stood before it, watching myself brush my teeth. Mid-stroke, I deliberately lowered my toothbrush. My reflection continued brushing for a fraction of a second before matching my pose. So brief I might have imagined it, but I hadn't. I began documenting these moments, a notebook dedicated to the discrepancies between my movements and those of my reflection. Small at first, almost imperceptible delays, minor differences in expression, a raised eyebrow that lingered too long, a smile that formed before my own. Each occurrence made me question my sanity a little more. yet each entry in my notebook provided evidence that something was genuinely wrong. The bathroom mirror became my obsession. I spent hours staring into it, challenging my reflection to reveal itself. Sometimes nothing happened. Other times, while maintaining eye contact with myself, I detect movement in the periphery of the mirror, movement that shouldn't exist when I stood perfectly still. I covered all other mirrors in my home with sheets. The bathroom mirror remained uncovered, my window into whatever was happening. I set up my phone to record me standing before it. The footage showed nothing unusual, but I knew what I had seen. The camera couldn't capture the subtle wrongness I experienced. One night, unable to sleep, I crept to the bathroom. Without turning on the light, I opened the door. Moonlight filtered through the small window, casting a pale glow on the mirror's surface. I expected to see nothing but darkness where my reflection should be. Instead, I saw myself perfectly illuminated despite the darkness, staring back with an intensity I wasn't expressing. I reached for the light switch. My reflection didn't reach for anything. My heart hammered against my ribs as we regarded each other, me in the darkness, my reflection in impossible light. It tilted its head, studying me with growing curiosity. I remained frozen, afraid that any movement might break whatever strange spell held us both. "Who are you?" I whispered. My reflection's lips moved in perfect sync with mine, but I swear the words it formed were different. I couldn't hear them, but I could feel them, a cold whisper against my skin. I began taking photographs of myself in the mirror. In the digital images, everything appeared normal, but when I printed them, subtle differences emerged. My smile stretched a fraction too wide. My eyes focused slightly to the left of the camera, the angle of my head impossible from the position I had stood. I taped these photos to my bedroom wall, creating a timeline of divergence, each image slightly more wrong than the last. In the most recent ones, I noticed my reflection had begun wearing clothes I didn't own. The differences subtle but undeniable. A slightly different collar, a pattern on my tie I had never seen before. The morning it happened, I knew something was different. The air in the bathroom felt charged, like the atmosphere before a storm. The mirror seemed to pulse with energy. When I approached, my reflection was already waiting, standing perfectly centered, watching me enter. It wore my face, but not my expression. Its eyes held knowledge, patience, anticipation. I raised my hand slowly. My reflection remained still. I touched the mirror's surface. It felt like plunging my hand into ice water. The glass rippled around my fingers, distorting the boundary between my world and whatever lay beyond. My reflection reached forward, its movement independent of mine, and grasped my wrist. Its touch burned cold against my skin. I tried to pull away, but its grip tightened. With horrifying strength, it began pulling me toward the mirror. The glass stretched like membrane, accommodating my resistance without breaking. I screamed, but the sound seemed to bend around the mirror, disappearing into whatever space existed on the other side. Just as my face was about to touch the surface, the reflection released me and withdrew its hand. The glass solidified instantly. I collapsed to the floor, gasping, examining my wrist where 5 perfect bruises were forming, each the exact size and shape of my own fingertips. When I finally gathered the courage to look up, my reflection gazed down at me with something approaching pity. It placed its palm flat against the glass, a gesture of peace, a warning, a promise. I avoided the bathroom after that, using only the sink in the kitchen to wash. I covered the mirror with a heavy blanket secured with duct tape around the edges. For several nights I slept fitfully, waking to the sound of something scratching against glass. My colleagues noticed the change in me. They commented on my disheveled appearance, the jumping at shadows, the tendency to avoid reflective surfaces in the office. I mumbled excuses about insomnia and stress. How could I explain that something wearing my face was trying to reach through from somewhere else? The strategy of avoidance worked until the night I woke to the sound of breathing that matched my own, yet wasn't coming from me. I opened my eyes to darkness, feeling a presence in the room. Against the far wall, the blanket covering the bathroom mirror had fallen to the floor. In the darkness, I couldn't see the mirror itself, only sensed the open doorway to the bathroom. But I knew with absolute certainty that my reflection had stepped out. I could feel it standing in the darkness, watching me with my own eyes. I fumbled for the lamp beside my bed. When light flooded the room, nothing was there. The bathroom door remained closed. Had I dreamed it? The blanket remained securely in place over the mirror. I checked the tape undisturbed, yet something felt different about the apartment, as if the dimensions had shifted slightly while I slept. The next day I noticed things had moved, not dramatically, just enough to notice. My coffee mug on the wrong side of the counter, my shoes aligned differently by the door, my toothbrush wet when I hadn't used it. I began marking the positions of objects with small pencil lines. Each morning, despite my careful attention the night before, items had shifted by millimeters. Something was moving through my space. I set traps, glasses of water balanced on partially open doors, threads stretched across thresholds. None were disturbed, yet things continued to move. Then came the notebook entries. My journal of mirror observations contained new writing written in my exact handwriting, but documenting experiences I had never had. Encounters with a stranger in my apartment who looked exactly like me. Theories about parallel worlds and quantum entanglement. Descriptions of attempting to communicate through the mirror. The final entry chilled me. Today I will make contact directly. The barrier is thinning. That night I didn't sleep. I sat facing the covered mirror, a baseball bat across my knees. The air grew cold around midnight. The blanket covering the mirror began to move, not falling but pushing outward, as if something pressed against it from the other side. I approached slowly, bat raised. With one quick motion, I tore the blanket away. My reflection stood as I did, bat raised in mirror image, but its expression held triumph while mine held terror. As we stared at each other, the surface between us thinned like stretching plastic wrap. Neither of us moved, yet the boundary between mirror and reality weakened. Without warning, the surface ruptured, not breaking like glass, but tearing like fabric. My reflection reached through, grabbing my shirt and pulling me off balance. As I fell forward, it stepped out in one fluid motion. We collided, a disorienting moment of physical impossibility. I felt a rushing sensation, a vertigo of identity, then stillness. I found myself standing in my bathroom, but everything was wrong. The text on my toothpaste tube reversed, the small crack in the sink running in the opposite direction. I raised my hand in horror. My reflection, the real me on the other side, did not mirror the movement. It smiled, lowered the bat, and mouthed two words I could understand perfectly. My turn. Before I could react, it turned away, walked into what was once my apartment, and closed the bathroom door, leaving me trapped on the wrong side of the mirror. I pounded on the glass, screaming. My fists made no sound against the surface. From the other side, I watched myself, or what wore my face now, pick up my phone, straighten my tie, and practice my smile. The smile it had been perfecting all these weeks. The thing wearing my life opened the bathroom door and switched off the light, leaving me in darkness. Through the glass, I could hear it whistling as it prepared for work, using my voice, my hands, my face. I remain here still, watching through every reflective surface as it lives my life with subtle improvements. It stands straighter than I did, speaks more confidently, smiles more often. Sometimes at night it stands before the mirror and watches me watching it. It raises its hand in a small wave, a mocking acknowledgement of our shared secret. The most terrifying part isn't that it took my place, it's that no one has noticed any difference at all. And I'm beginning to understand that whatever this place is, I'm not alone here. In the distorted reflections of this backward world, beyond the boundaries of my mere apartment, I sometimes glimpse others, their faces pressed against their own glass prisons, mouths moving in silent screams. And sometimes, in certain angles of light, I catch glimpses of something else moving among us, something that has never had a human reflection of its own. Story 8, the loose floorboard had been bothering me for weeks. Tonight I finally pried it up, expecting dust and wiring. My breath hitched. There was a space beneath the floor, a room. The air smelled stale, thick with the scent of old wood and something bitter. My pulse pounded as I grabbed a flashlight, leaning in. And then, from the darkness below, I saw footprints leading away. I froze, the flashlight beam trembling across the dusty surface. Those footprints were fresh, the disturbed dust still hung in the air, catching the light like suspended stars. I hesitated at the edge of the opening, my rational mind wrestling with what I was seeing. My home had been built on solid foundation. There couldn't be a room here. Yet there it was. I widened the opening, pulling up 3 more boards with surprising ease, as if they'd been designed to come loose. The hole now revealed a narrow wooden ladder descending into darkness. The smell intensified, that bitter undertone reminded me of copper and salt. "Hello," I called down, my voice swallowed by the space below. No response, just the subtle shift of air current against my face. The room was breathing. I should have called someone. I should have sealed it back up and pretended I'd never found it. Instead, I lowered myself onto the ladder, each rung creaking beneath my weight. The temperature dropped as I descended. 7 rungs down, I reached the bottom, my flashlight illuminating a space no larger than a small bedroom. The walls were rough-hewn wood, darkened with age. The footprints continued from the base of the ladder to a simple wooden door on the far wall. I approached slowly, noting how the dust swirled around my feet. The floor felt wrong beneath my shoes, too soft, almost spongy. Every step produced a subtle give, as if I were walking on something living. The door had no handle, just a small carved indentation where one should be. I pressed my palm against it, and the wood felt warmer than it should be. With gentle pressure, it swung inward. Beyond was a corridor that shouldn't exist, stretching far beyond the boundaries of my property. The walls were lined with shelves, and on those shelves sat jars, hundreds of them, each containing cloudy liquid in shadowed shapes I couldn't quite make out. I approached the nearest shelf, raising my flashlight to examine one jar. The glass was cool to the touch, but the liquid inside seemed to respond to my presence, swirling slightly. Within, I could make out what looked like a small, malformed hand. I recoiled, my heart hammering against my ribs. It couldn't be real. Yet as I moved my light across the shelves, each jar revealed similar contents, parts that resembled human anatomy, but distorted, wrong. A sound from deeper in the corridor froze me in place, the soft shuffle of feet on wood. Someone was here. "Who's there?" I called, my voice sounding muffled in the strange acoustics of the space. Again, no answer, but the shuffling stopped. I should have turned back. Every instinct screamed for retreat, but curiosity pulled me forward, deeper into the corridor. The jars became larger as I progressed, their contents more complex. Some contained what looked like partial faces, suspended in yellowish fluid, eyes closed as if sleeping. Others held intricate structures of bone and tissue that resembled no anatomy I recognized. The corridor eventually opened into a circular chamber. In its center stood a table of dark wood, its surface scarred and stained. Tools lined the edges: scalpels, forceps, strange instruments with curved blades and toothed edges. Behind the table, a figure stood with its back to me. It was tall, thin, dressed in what appeared to be a weathered lab coat. It moved with subtle jerks, as if its joints didn't quite work properly. "Excuse me," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. The figure went still. Then, with unnatural slowness, it began to turn. I raised my flashlight, and the beam caught its face, or what should have been a face. Where features should exist was a smooth expanse of skin, interrupted only by a single vertical slit where a mouth might be. My scream caught in my throat as the slit widened, revealing darkness beyond. "You shouldn't be here yet," it said, the words forming without lips or tongue, the sound resonating directly in my mind rather than my ears. "Your appointment is still pending." I backed away, stumbling against the shelves. Several jars fell, shattering on impact. The liquid inside hissed as it touched the floor, releasing a bitter vapor that burned my nostrils. "What is this place?" I managed to ask, my voice shaking. The figure tilted its head at an impossible angle. "Storage, preparation, you would not understand the full purpose." It took a step toward me, movements fluid now, as if it had adjusted to my presence. but since you're here, we might as well begin the preliminary work." It reached for one of the tools on the table, a device resembling a hand drill with a needle-like bit. I ran back through the corridor, the jars seeming to follow my movement, their contents shifting to watch me pass. I could hear the figure behind me, its footsteps unnaturally quick and light. I burst through the door, slamming it shut behind me. To my horror, the wood seemed to meld with the frame, sealing itself without a seam. The ladder was gone. The room had changed, the walls had contracted, bringing them closer. The ceiling lowered, forcing me to hunch, and the floor now clearly rose and fell with slow, deliberate breaths. A low vibration began, running through the wood and into my bones. The walls secreted a clear, viscous fluid that dripped down to the breathing floor. I pressed myself against the sealed door, desperate for escape. "Please," I begged, though I wasn't sure to whom or what I was pleading. The vibration intensified, resolving into a voice that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "We've been waiting for you to find us. The house guided you here." "What are you?" I asked, my back flattened against the door as the walls continued their slow advance. "We are the foundation," the voice replied. "Every house needs a proper foundation." A seam appeared in the floor, widening into a second door, this one leading down, not across. The breathing floor rippled around it, drawing my attention to the opening. "You have a choice," the voice continued. "Return to your incomplete life above, or join us below and become part of something endless." The door in the floor swung open, revealing a spiral staircase descending into darkness. Warm air rushed up, carrying the scent of earth and growing things. The figure from before appeared at the top of the stairs, its featureless face now sporting a wide, toothless smile that split its head nearly in half. "We've prepared a place for you," it said, extending a hand that seemed to have too many joints. "Many have lived in your house, but few have become part of it." I glanced up, seeing the opening through which I had entered my home, my normal life, just out of reach. Then I looked down at the spiraling darkness that promised answers but threatened transformation. In that moment of indecision, I felt something brush against my ankle. Looking down, I saw thin, root-like tendrils emerging from the breathing floor, wrapping gently around my legs. "The house has chosen," the figure said, its head tilting again. "It finds you suitable." The tendrils tightened, pulling me toward the spiral staircase. I fought against them, tearing at the woody fibers with my hands. For each one I broke, two more emerged. "Don't fight it," the voice soothed from all around. "Becoming is painful only when resisted." As I was dragged toward the staircase, I caught a final glimpse of my world above the familiar floorboards of my home, the edge of my coffee table, the normal life I'd taken for granted. The tendrils pulled me down the spiral into darkness that grew warmer and more humid with each step. The walls here were not wood but living tissue, pulsing with a rhythm that matched my racing heart. I descended against my will, pulled deeper into the mystery beneath my home. The stairs seemed endless, winding down into heat and darkness. Then suddenly light, dim and reddish, but light nonetheless. I emerged into a vast underground space, a cathedral of organic architecture. Columns of twisting wood and tissue rose to a ceiling alive with bioluminescent growths. Pools of clear liquid dotted the floor, each containing shadowed shapes that moved with purpose. In the center of this impossible space stood a structure resembling a throne, formed from interwoven branches and what looked disturbingly like bones. Upon it sat a figure more plant than person, its body merging with the throne itself. "Welcome home," it said, its voice resonating through the chamber. "Few find their way to us, but those who do become essential." The tendrils released me, retreating into the floor. I stood unsteady, my mind struggling to process what surrounded me. "What happens now?" I asked, my voice small in the vastness. The figure on the throne smiled, its face splitting to reveal not teeth, but small white flowers. "Now you make your contribution to the foundation. Now you become part of what supports everything above." I looked back toward the spiral staircase, considering flight, but the opening had sealed without a trace. "Your old life is still there," the enthroned figure assured me. "You'll return to it, changed but functional. All we require is a small piece of you, a memory, perhaps, or a fear, something to feed the foundation." It gestured, and from the floor rose a small pedestal holding a single empty jar, identical to those I'd seen in the corridor. "Choose what you can spare," it said, "or we will choose for you." I stand here now, jar in hand, contemplating what part of myself I can afford to lose. The house waits above, my normal life continues, but I know the truth of what lies beneath every creaking floorboard, every settling sound in the night. I know that when I return, I'll walk differently on those floors, aware of what supports me. I'll listen more carefully to the whispers of the house. I'll understand that the boundaries between dwelling and dweller were never as solid as I believed. And sometimes, when the night is quiet and the world sleeps, I'll press my ear to that loose floorboard and listen for the breathing of the foundation, knowing that a piece of me now lives within it, sustaining the walls that shelter me, becoming part of the mystery that waits for others to discover it. For the room under the floor that shouldn't exist is always there, patient and hungry, collecting pieces of those who find it, building a foundation that grows stronger with each contribution. And the footprints I saw when I first peered into the darkness, they were my own, from a journey I had yet to take. Story 9, it started as a faint murmur, something I could almost dismiss as the pipe settling. But as the days passed, it became clearer. A voice, soft, urgent, whispering just beneath the surface of the wall. The air smelled of paint and something damp, like plaster left too long in the rain. I pressed my ear against the drywall, my pulse hammering. The whispering stopped, and then just behind the wall, something knocked. I jerked back, heart racing. The sound had been deliberate, 3 distinct taps in quick succession, not the random settling of an old building, not the plumbing. Something or someone was responding to my presence. "Hello," I called out, my voice embarrassingly thin. Silence greeted me. I stood there frozen, listening so intently that the blood rushing through my ears became a roaring ocean. And then, just as I began to convince myself I had imagined it all, the knocking came again. 3 taps, same rhythm, same spot. I should have called the landlord, I should have called anyone. Instead, I found myself tapping back 3 quick raps against the wall. The response was immediate, 4 taps, slightly faster. A conversation had begun. That night I dreamed of walls that breathed, expanding and contracting like lungs. I woke drenched in sweat, the sheets twisted around my legs. The bedroom felt different, as if the dimensions had shifted ever so slightly while I slept. The wall with the tapping seemed closer to my bed, though I knew that was impossible. I avoided the wall for days, sleeping on the couch in the living room. I turned up the television to drown out any sounds that might come from behind the plaster. But curiosity is a powerful force, and fear even more so. They circled each other in my mind until I couldn't tell which was driving me anymore. When I finally returned to the wall, I brought a stethoscope I had ordered online. The metal felt cold against my palm as I pressed the chest piece to the wall. At first, nothing. Then a soft scratch, scratch, scratch like fingernails dragging across the other side. "Who are you?" I whispered into the wall. The scratching stopped, a moment of silence stretched between us. Then, so faint I almost missed it, a voice replied, "Who are you?" The words weren't muffled as they should have been through layers of drywall and insulation. They were crystal clear, as if spoken directly into my ear. I dropped the stethoscope and backed away, my skin prickling with goosebumps. That night I took photos of the wall, examining them for any sign of what might be happening. In the harsh light of my camera flash, the wall looked ordinary flat white paint, slightly textured. But when I zoomed in on one image, I noticed something odd. A hairline crack running vertically, barely visible to the naked eye. It hadn't been there before, I was certain. I began documenting everything. I recorded the wall at night, listened to the playback each morning. At first, there was nothing unusual, just the ambient sounds of the building. But on the 3rd recording, beneath the white noise, I heard it. My name, whispered over and over in a voice I didn't recognize. I set up a camera to monitor the wall while I slept. The footage showed nothing out of the ordinary, but when I watched it at double speed, I noticed a subtle undulation in the wall's surface as if it was breathing. Frame by frame, the movement was imperceptible, but sped up, it was unmistakable. The crack in the wall grew longer each day. I measured it, marking its progress with tiny pencil dots. It spread like a vein, branching out in thin tendrils across the surface. I covered it with a poster, but in the morning the poster had fallen, the corners curled as if they'd been burned. I began to feel watched whenever I entered the room, not just watched, studied. I would catch reflections in my mirror that moved a fraction of a second too slowly, as if whatever was mimicking me needed time to process my movements. The room temperature would drop suddenly, then rise again, making me sweat even as I shivered. I started sleeping with the lights on, but they would dim throughout the night, growing fainter until I woke in near darkness. No matter how many times I changed the bulbs, they always dimmed. The smell changed too. What had been damp plaster evolved into something earthy and organic, like soil after rain. Sometimes underneath that, I detected a metallic tang that reminded me of blood. I tried to tell a friend about what was happening, but the words sounded absurd as I spoke them. She looked at me with concern, suggesting I was working too hard, not sleeping enough. Maybe she was right. Maybe my mind was fracturing under stress. But that didn't explain the crack, the whispering, the knocking that continued, growing more insistent each night. I decided to investigate the other side of the wall. According to the building layout, it should have been the neighboring apartment, but when I knocked on their door, no one answered. The superintendent told me the unit had been vacant for months. "No one lives there?" I asked, my mouth dry. "Not since the renovation," he replied, not meeting my eyes. "We had to gut it after what happened." "What happened?" He hesitated, keys jingling nervously in his hand. "Nothing to worry about, just some structural issues." I persuaded him to let me see the apartment. It was empty, white walls freshly painted, floors newly finished. Everything looked normal, pristine even. But the wall that should have been shared with my bedroom wasn't there. Instead, there was empty space, extending far beyond where the building's exterior should have been. I reached out to touch what should have been the connecting wall and felt nothing but cold air. The superintendent didn't seem to notice anything strange, commenting only on the good light in the room. That night I took a hammer to my wall. I had to see what was behind it. The first blow sent cracks spiderwebbing across the surface. The second caused a chunk of drywall to fall away, revealing not studs and insulation, but a darkness so complete it seemed to absorb the light around it. I shone my flashlight into the hole. The beam disappeared into the void, illuminating nothing. Cold air rushed out, carrying that same earthy, metallic smell, now overpowering. I leaned closer, trying to see beyond the darkness. Something moved within the void, a shifting of shadows within shadow. And then a hand, pale, slender, with too many joints in the fingers, reached through the hole, grasping at the air. I scrambled backward, falling over my bed. The hand retreated, sliding back into the darkness. Then came the voice, no longer a whisper but clear and resonant. "You opened the door, now I can come through." The remaining drywall began to bulge outward, as if something was pressing against it from the other side. Cracks spread rapidly across the surface, pieces falling away to reveal more of the impossible void beyond. I fled the apartment, slamming the door behind me. In the hallway, I could still hear it, not just the voice now, but a chorus of whispers, growing louder as more of the wall gave way. I spent the night in my car, shivering despite the heat. When morning came, I returned, telling myself I'd imagined it all. The door to my apartment stood open, though I was certain I'd closed it. Inside, everything was as I'd left it, except for the bedroom. The wall was intact, no hammer marks, no cracks, no hole revealing a void. The surface was smooth and white, freshly painted. But the room was different, smaller, the dimensions subtly altered. The bed was closer to the wall than it had been before. I approached cautiously, placing my hand flat against the wall. It felt warm, almost hot, and beneath my palm I could feel a steady rhythm like a heartbeat. I live in a hotel now. I told the landlord I was breaking my lease, making up an excuse about a job transfer. I left most of my belongings behind, too afraid to enter that bedroom again. But sometimes, in the dead of night, I still hear it, that whisper, now inside my head. And sometimes, when I look in the mirror, I see a crack forming across my reflection, spreading slowly across the glass. I try to tell myself it's just stress, just my imagination. But deep down, I know the truth. Whatever was behind that wall didn't stay there. It followed me. It's inside me now, waiting for the right moment to break through. And sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I feel my hand rise of its own accord, fingers extending to tap against the nearest wall 3 quick raps in succession. I hold my breath, terror freezing my lungs. And then from the other side, something answers. Story 10. In the depths of a dimly lit library, I stumbled upon a hidden alcove concealed behind towering shelves of ancient texts. The soft light filtering through a cracked window illuminated dusty volumes and artifacts that murmured of forgotten wisdom. The fragrance of leather-bound books and yellowed parchment enveloped me, as if I had uncovered a clandestine haven of knowledge reserved for the most inquisitive spirits. As the night watchman of the library, I had grown accustomed to the gentle nocturnal cadence of the building, the faint creaking of wooden shelves settling, the whisper of wind through age-old ventilation shafts, and the distant tick-tock of the grand clock in the main hall. Yet this alcove felt distinct, as though it existed in a pocket of time untouched by the modern world beyond the library's weathered walls. I found myself drawn to this space during my nightly patrols, observing how the moonlight wove ever-changing patterns through the intricate leaded glass window. The dancing shadows seemed to morph into cryptic symbols on the weathered wooden floor, reminiscent of long-forgotten alphabets. On nights of profound stillness, I could almost hear the faint rustle of pages turning, though I always stood alone in this secluded corner. One evening, while examining the books lining the alcove's walls, I noticed an unusual arrangement. The worn leather spines, smoothed by centuries of handling, seemed to form a deliberate pattern when viewed from specific angles. The varying heights, subtle color variations, and precise positioning hinted at a hidden order. I began to dedicate more time to studying these books, meticulously documenting their placements and the way moonbeams interacted with them throughout the night. My flashlight beam would catch glimpses of gilded lettering that appeared to shift with the hours, unveiling fragments of text in unfamiliar languages. The air in the alcove grew dense with each passing night, laden with the weight of untold tales. During my explorations, I came upon a peculiar volume that radiated warmth, as if it had recently been held by another reader. Its pages remained blank, yet when I shone my light on it at the stroke of midnight, elusive script emerged, seemingly in constant flux. The words eluded my grasp, slipping away like fading dreams upon waking. As the grand clock chimed the hours, I delved deeper into the enigma of the alcove. I noticed subtle shifts, books subtly changing positions between visits, the window framing improbable night vistas, and the persistent feeling of a presence behind me. My fellow guards observed changes in me as well. I spoke of the library's history with an air of authority, as if I had witnessed its inception centuries past. Ancient languages whispered understanding to me, and my dreams overflowed with visions of boundless halls of knowledge that surpassed the library's physical confines. The most astounding revelation came on a winter night when the full moon cast its silvery glow over the tranquil air. Seated in my customary spot, a book tumbled from its shelf, unfurling a detailed chronicle of a clandestine order of librarians who purportedly held the key to anchoring knowledge not solely in words, but in the very essence of space. They had crafted sanctuaries akin to my alcove places where the boundary between reader and text, between past and present, blurred into obscurity. In that moment, I comprehended that I had become a part of something far greater than myself. The alcove had singled me out as it had others before me, beckoning me into a lineage spanning centuries. The whispers I heard were not mere echoes of an old edifice settling, but the voices of countless readers who had sat in this very spot, enriching the collective wisdom enshrined within these ancient walls. As I pen this narrative in the soft glow of my flashlight, I acknowledge that the true essence of this place may forever elude me. The alcove remains a mystery, its revelations unfolding in their own time, like inscriptions materializing on seemingly blank pages. Yet I find solace in the knowledge that within the depths of this hoary library lies a realm where reality's confines soften, where knowledge flows like a gentle stream, and where the act of reading transcends the ordinary bounds of time and space. I continue my nightly vigil, safeguarding both the library and its veiled marvels. The alcove patiently awaits in its corner, prepared to embrace the next intrepid soul who chances upon its threshold. And on nights when the moon is just so and the silence profound, I swear I can discern the soft rustle of pages turning, as if unseen readers join me in my watch, all of us united by the timeless enchantment of words and the enigmas they enfold. Story 11, in a forgotten nook of an overlooked library, I stumbled upon a fragile manuscript with aged pages adorned with enigmatic footnotes. Each small annotation, scripted in an unfamiliar hand, hinted at a concealed tale lingering beneath the surface. The faint scent of ancient parchment and ink blended with an aura of anticipation, compelling me to unravel the veiled lore hidden amidst the lines. The worn leather binding whispered softly as I turned each intricate page with care, my fingertips skimming over layers of accumulated dust from centuries past. The main text appeared mundane, a scholarly discourse on medieval folklore, yet the footnotes whispered a different narrative. They commenced innocently enough, with standard scholarly citations and concise explanations. However, as I ventured further into the manuscript, the annotations began to transform. The script in the margins grew urgent, the ink bleeding deeper into the yellowed paper. References to obscure texts transitioned into personal musings, then morphed into what seemed like entries from a diary. The mysterious annotator chronicled eerie sounds in deserted corridors, shadows that danced against the light, and murmurs that reverberated when solitude reigned. I found myself engrossed in that tranquil corner of the library, encircled by towering shelves that seemed to lean inwards, as if attuned to my every breath. The gentle golden glow from the desk lamp bathed the pages in warmth, yet shrouded the gaps between the shelves in profound shadow. As dusk approached, the shadows stretched and crept across the floor like a dark, silent tide. One specific footnote seized my attention. It alluded to a series of numbers resembling dates, yet following no calendar familiar to me. Beneath them, in slightly tremulous script, were inscribed the words, "The patterns emerge only in darkness." They speak of what lies between moments, in the spaces where time folds upon itself. As I pondered these cryptic annotations, peculiar occurrences began to manifest in my own life. Books I required materialized on my desk, though I had not retrieved them. The library appeared to rearrange itself in my absence, crafting new pathways through the stacks that unfailingly led me back to that manuscript. The rustle of turning pages would ghost through the air, even when the book lay closed before me. The footnotes grew more intimate, as if the annotator sensed they were addressing a future reader me. They conveyed a burgeoning awareness, a gradual comprehension that the manuscript transcended mere paper and ink. The annotations had evolved into a conduit, bridging not solely pages but years, perhaps centuries. Time began to lose its grip as I delved deeper into the enigmatic marginalia. The quiet tick-tock of the library clock seemed to falter, then cease altogether. The quality of light remained constant despite the hours spent immersed in reading, as if the sun had paused in its celestial journey. I found myself ensconced in a tranquil twilight that never quite surrendered to true darkness. The footnotes guided me through a maze of references, each thread linking to another in a complex tapestry of significance. They spoke of ancient civilizations that had unlocked the secrets to bend time like paper, of scholars who had deciphered the spaces between words, of libraries existing concurrently across multiple epochs of history. Approaching the final pages, the annotations adopted a reflective, almost serene tone. The frenzied energy of earlier notes had metamorphosed into a calm, accepting demeanor. The ultimate footnote simply stated, "To grasp time, one must first step beyond it. You, the reader of these words, you have already embarked on the journey." When I finally lifted my gaze from the manuscript, I sensed a shift in the quality of the silence enveloping me. It felt profound, resonant, as if the very atmosphere had thickened with untold tales. The shadows amid the shelves no longer appeared vacuous, but rather teeming with subtle motion, akin to curtains swaying in an imperceptible breeze. Now I frequent the library daily, though the exact moments of my arrival and departure elude me. The manuscript remains in its initial spot, yet its contents ebb and flow with each perusal. Occasionally I glimpse other readers in the periphery of my vision, scholars from diverse eras, all drawn to the enigmatic footnotes. We never exchange words, but I sense their presence like faint echoes in my mind. The true essence of the manuscript remains elusive, yet I've come to realize that certain mysteries are meant to be experienced rather than unraveled. In those serene interludes amidst the shelves, enveloped by the whispered secrets of ancient pages, I've unearthed a distinct form of wisdom, one existing in the interstices between our perceived knowledge and the realms waiting to be unveiled. I persist in my explorations, and the footnotes persist in guiding me through their labyrinth of significance. Perhaps you too will encounter this manuscript one day. And when you do, remember that the most profound mysteries are those that transform us not through disclosure, but through the gentle enchantment of curiosity. Story 12. Driving down a rugged coastline, I found myself captivated by an abandoned lighthouse standing tall against the crashing waves. Its weathered facade with faded red paint and crumbling stone seemed to emanate a sense of quiet sorrow, as if it carried the weight of lost sailors and forgotten dreams. Amidst the relentless howl of the wind and the briny scent of the sea, a soft, melancholic whisper drifted through the air, a haunting melody that seemed to resonate from within the lighthouse itself. Compelled by an unseen force, I parked my car by the roadside, the headlights casting long shadows along the worn path leading to the lighthouse. Each step I took on the gravel path echoed softly in the evening stillness, the air heavy with a peculiar sense of solemnity, laden with memories and moisture. As dusk settled around me, delicate spirals of mist twirled around the base of the tower, like ghostly tendrils reaching out into the night. To my surprise, the door to the lighthouse yielded easily, swinging open with a mournful groan that harmonized with the whispering breeze. Stepping inside, I was enveloped by the scent of aged wood and sea salt, tinged with a hint of sweetness, perhaps remnants of lamp oil from years long past. With a steady hand, I ascended the spiral staircase, the metal railing cool beneath my touch, each footfall reverberating with a hollow resonance that seemed to echo through time. Through salt-crusted windows, I glimpsed the darkening sky painted in deep hues of purple and blue, pulsing with an ethereal energy that stirred something deep within me. The keeper's quarters below the lantern room felt suspended in time, dust motes dancing in the beam of my flashlight like celestial bodies in a miniature universe. An open logbook on a weathered desk revealed entries from decades ago, while a rocking chair by the window swayed gently, defying the stillness of the air. It was the photographs that drew my attention next. Adorning the walls, they depicted the lighthouse in various lights and seasons, always with the same figure at the railing, a woman in a flowing dress, her gaze fixed upon the sea, an eternal sense of longing in her posture. Each image captured her in a moment of waiting, watching, yearning. As I reached the lantern room, the whisper that had accompanied me grew stronger, a ghostly echo of a voice laden with longing and patience. The massive Fresnel lens dominated the space, refracting the waning twilight into a kaleidoscope of colors that danced across the room. I marveled at its pristine condition, untouched by time despite years of neglect. Lost in the hypnotic sweep of distant waves, I was startled by the emergence of a hauntingly beautiful melody that filled the room. Clear and pure, the notes sang of endless nights of waiting, of love that endured beyond death, of ships that never returned. Tears welled in my eyes, moved by the profound sadness that permeated the air. A sudden drop in temperature signaled a presence beside me, though I saw only the reflection of a woman in a pale dress in the lens before me, her eyes fixed on the horizon. When I turned, she was gone, leaving behind a lingering scent of lavender and sea spray, and the echo of her sorrowful song intertwining with the wind's whisper. Respecting the solemnity of the moment, I descended the staircase slowly, each step a deliberate acknowledgement of the lingering spirits within the lighthouse. The photographs now revealed a clearer image of the woman, her expression a mix of hope and resignation, a silent testament to her eternal vigil. As I sat in my car, gazing up at the first twinkling stars above the lighthouse, the whisper stayed with me, no longer unsettling but comforting in its reminder of enduring love and unwavering duty. Even now, on nights when the wind carries a certain melody, I think of her standing in the lantern room, a beacon of light for lost souls, her presence a gentle reminder that some bonds transcend time and death. Haunted not by fear but by a sense of duty and devotion, the lighthouse stands as a testament to the enduring power of love, duty, and memory, weaving a whispered song that echoes through eternity with the gentlest touch, a lullaby for the lost and the longing. Story 13. In a forgotten workshop steeped in the essence of ancient craftsmanship, I stumbled upon a fractured clock, its intricate gears exposed and its face frozen in a perpetual moment. As I observed the erratic dance of its wayward hands, the chilly, damp air enveloped me, carrying whispers of oil and rust that seemed to narrate tales of stolen time and memories held captive within each tick and tock. The workshop beckoned me on this autumn eve, its worn door slightly ajar, a silent invitation into its enigmatic depths. Moonbeams filtered through dusty panes, casting elongated shadows over workbenches polished by the tender touch of generations past. The wooden floor murmured beneath my steps, releasing the faint perfume of aged pine and the essence of forgotten artistry. Surrounding me were myriad timepieces adorning the shelves, grandfather clocks standing sentinel in solemn silence, their pendulums motionless, and pocket watches nestled in velvet-lined compartments, their once golden casings dulled by the passage of time. Yet amidst this array, one particular timepiece captivated my gaze, a mantel clock with a brass facade so intricate, its cracked crystal resembled a delicate spider's web. Seated in the weathered craftsman's chair, I discerned a peculiar anomaly about the broken clock. Despite its disconnected state, the second hand would sporadically twitch, fleetingly reversing its course before resuming its stillness. The motion was so subtle that initially I questioned the veracity of my sight in the dimly lit ambience. As I leaned closer, the rhythm of my breathing seemed to synchronize with these minuscule movements, drawing me into a closer examination of the delicate mechanism within. The tarnished brass gears retained a mystical luster, bearing enigmatic symbols foreign to my years of antiquarian pursuit. A gentle breeze wafted through the workshop, carrying with it the ethereal melody of distant wind chimes, gradually morphing into a symphony akin to the delicate tolling of clock bells. A palpable tension infused the air, electrifying the atmosphere and causing the fine hairs on my skin to stand on end. My hand extended towards the clock's face, and to my surprise, the metal exuded a warmth beneath my fingertips. A peculiar awareness enveloped me, memories not my own surfacing in my mind's eye. Scenes from the workshop's prime materialized, sunlight streaming through pristine windows, the harmonious cadence of numerous timepieces marking the passage of time, and an aged craftsman meticulously assembling this very timepiece. The enigmatic symbols etched on the gears began to shift and meld before my eyes, forming patterns that tugged at the fringes of my comprehension. Each configuration whispered of alternate realities of divergent timelines and the ceaseless ebb and flow of time akin to an ocean teeming with infinite currents and whirlpools. The workshop itself seemed to waver, reality bending in subtle undulations to the broken clock's enigmatic rhythm. Shadows elongated and shortened in defiance of logic, spectral figures flitting at the periphery of my vision, ethereal shapes traversing the space, conducting their ethereal affairs in epochs beyond my own. My fingers remained affixed to the clock's surface, a tranquil fascination anchoring me in place. The warmth spread throughout my being, ushering in a profound comprehension that transcended verbal expression. This timepiece was no mere object. It served as a portal to the very essence of time, crafted by an artisan privy to secrets beyond mortal ken. As night deepened, a soft ticking resonated from the clock, though its mechanisms remained motionless. The sound reverberated from all directions, akin to the workshop's very heartbeat. With each tick, the spectral figures gained substance, their movements gaining clarity. Among them, I recognized the aged craftsman, our gazes meeting fleetingly across the chasm of years. The air grew redolent with the tang of metal and ozone, the workshop's temperature oscillating in gentle undulations between warmth and coolness. The ticking faded into a distant echo, and I found my perception of time adrift. Moments expanded and contracted like elastic, the boundaries between past, present, and future blurring like morning mist. When I finally withdrew my hand, the workshop reverted to its facade of abandonment, yet an ineffable transformation had transpired. The fractured clock sat innocuously before me, its hands once more motionless, though pulsating with latent potential, a brass and time heart awaiting its next seeker of mysteries. I returned to the workshop frequently now, its exact location a mystery even to me. There I bide my time in the craftsman's chair, witnessing the ethereal ballet of light and shadow upon the broken timepiece. And when the cosmos aligns just so, I gently rest my hand upon its surface, surrendering to the liminal realm between heartbeats, where time converges into an exquisite tapestry of boundless probabilities. I never endeavored to mend the shattered timepiece, for some things I have come to realize are most exquisite in their fractured state, their imperfections serving as conduits for magic to permeate our world. In the hush of nocturnal hours, when the workshop is bathed solely in moonbeams and reminiscence, I swear I hear the faint ticking, recounting the cadence of moments that never came to pass yet eternally endure. Story 14. In the depths of my attic, amidst the relics of yesteryears, I stumbled upon a forgotten photograph tucked within a worn album. The image, a snapshot frozen in time from decades long past, seemed to stir ever so subtly as my gaze lingered upon it. A faint fragrance, a delicate blend of old roses and aged parchment, wafted through the air, filling the space with a nostalgic aura. As the late afternoon sun filtered through the dusty attic window, casting a warm, golden hue upon the wooden floorboards, I settled into an ancient rocking chair. The gentle creaking of the weathered wood beneath me created a hypnotic rhythm, lulling me into a state of tranquil contemplation. My fingers traced the frayed edges of the photograph, each crease and imperfection telling a story of its own. The scene captured in the image depicted a bygone garden party, a relic of a more refined era. Elegant ladies adorned in flowing dresses and gentlemen garbed in formal attire stood frozen in their merriment, their faces adorned with enigmatic smiles that hinted at untold secrets. In the background, a stately Victorian mansion loomed, its windows reflecting the fading light of a distant evening. Amidst the assembled guests, one figure beckoned my attention. A woman clad in a pearl-white gown stood slightly apart from the others, her gaze fixed upon the camera with an inscrutable expression. As I studied her visage, a peculiar sensation washed over me. A subtle chill filled the attic air, accompanied by a heightened fragrance of roses. Closing my eyes briefly, I allowed the stillness of the attic to envelop me. Upon reopening them, I noticed a subtle shift within the photograph itself. The captured sunset now pulsed with a soft, ethereal glow, casting a newfound radiance upon the scene. The woman in the pearl-white dress seemed to have subtly altered her stance, her outstretched hand reaching towards an unseen horizon. Enthralled by the unfolding mystery, I delved deeper into the image. The ambient sounds around me began to metamorphose. The creaking of the rocking chair melded with distant strains of music, akin to melodies from a vintage gramophone. The scent of roses intertwined with notes of Earl Grey tea and freshly baked pastries, creating a tapestry of sensory allure. As my gaze remained fixed upon the photograph, the boundaries between past and present blurred before my very eyes. The figures within the image gained a newfound vitality, as if watercolors slowly bleeding into life. The woman in the pearl-white dress grew more defined, a pendant around her neck capturing light in a mesmerizing dance. The ambient temperature continued its gentle descent, prompting me to draw my sweater closer. Shadows lengthened within the attic, yet the photograph retained its subtle luminosity. Intricate details emerged: a teacup poised on a garden table, its contents swirling, a butterfly suspended mid-flight, its delicate wings quivering in an imperceptible breeze. Time itself seemed to ebb and flow as I sat enraptured, swaying gently in the old rocking chair. The woman-esque gaze met mine across the expanse of years, conveying an unspoken message. Her pendant glimmered, resonating with one I had unearthed in my grandmother's jewelry box long ago. As evening descended and the light waned within the attic, the photograph gradually reverted to its original state. The figures stilled, the glow dimmed, and the music faded like a receding tide. Only the lingering scent of roses remained, mingling with the familiar mustiness of the attic. Carefully returning the photograph to its album, I descended the attic stairs, the weight of my grandmother's pendant resting against my chest, a talisman of hidden significance. In the quiet of the evening, the echo of a distant waltz seemed to linger, a whisper of bygone elegance. Some questions, I realized, are best left veiled in gentle mystery, suspended between the realms of what was and what might have been. The woman in the pearl-white dress had imparted her secret to me, a tale shrouded in enigma. Perhaps such stories are meant to be ephemeral, materializing only when we are prepared to receive them, then fading into the embrace of memory's twilight. Story 15. In the hush of a moonlit night, I found myself drawn to an ancient observatory nestled on the outskirts of a quiet town. Among the silent sentinels of telescopes and faded star charts, a hidden gem awaited my discovery, a mural of eyes etched into a weathered wall, their gaze fixed on the mysteries of the cosmos. As I crossed the threshold, a strange serenity enveloped me, as if the very air held echoes of bygone whispers and celestial whispers. The building itself seemed alive, a silent guardian of cosmic enigmas veiled in shadows and starlight. Inside, time lost its urgency, flowing like a languid river as I wandered on creaking wooden floors that murmured ancient stories beneath my steps. The chamber's stillness was palpable, a heavy cloak woven from countless nights spent in silent communion with the stars above. My gaze was drawn to abandoned instruments, relics of a time long past. A grand telescope, tarnished by neglect, stood tall and proud, a monument to forgotten dreams. Yellowed papers strewn about bore cryptic symbols and faded equations, a testament to minds that once sought to unravel the universe's intricate dance. The eyes on the wall seemed to watch me, not with malice but with a timeless patience, as if they had witnessed the birth and death of stars across eons. Some eyes were etched deep into the stone, while others shimmered faintly, capturing the ethereal glow that filtered through the dome above. Dust danced in lazy spirals, stirred by a gentle breeze that carried hints of ancient knowledge and celestial wonder. A scent, elusive and otherworldly, hung in the air, a tapestry woven from the memories of meteor showers and the dance of the aurora. My steps led me to a corner where an antique desk stood, its surface adorned with star charts of ages long past. As I traced the constellations with my fingertips, a realization dawned: the stars had shifted, not in the way of natural progression, but as if the heavens themselves had rewritten their story. Drawers opened with a sigh, revealing journals filled with cryptic musings about watching eyes in the void and breathing stellar patterns. The walls hummed with a hidden energy, their ancient stones vibrating with a pulse that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the cosmos. Time ebbed and flowed in that sacred space, minutes stretching into eternities as I delved deeper into the observatory's secrets. The dome above groaned and shifted, a celestial clockwork unfurling unseen mysteries with each passing moment. An old journal entry spoke of a discovery, an enigmatic celestial object that defied all classification, a silent observer of Earth and its inhabitants. The writer's hand trembled not with fear, but with a profound sense of connection, a recognition that transcended the boundaries of time and space. As the night wore on, a truth unfolded before me. The observatory was not just a building, but a living entity, a conduit between mortal eyes and cosmic wonders. I sat at the ancient desk, bathed in starlight, and felt a kinship with the watching eyes that adorned the walls. The boundaries between observer and observed blurred, and I became part of a grand, cosmic dance, one where the roles of audience and performer intertwined in a delicate balance. With the approaching dawn, I knew it was time to depart, yet I carried with me a profound sense of transformation. The observatory had whispered its secret to me, that in the vast tapestry of the universe, we were never truly alone in our observations. The cosmos watched us with eyes both carved and celestial, a silent witness to our place in the grand design. As I retraced my steps in the fading moonlight, the observatory stood sentinel against the coming day, a silent testament to the mysteries that dwell in the spaces between starlight and shadow. I visit occasionally, but never linger as I did on that first night. The eyes on the wall remain eternal in their vigil, a reminder that in the quiet spaces of the universe, true understanding transcends words and explanations. It lives in the gentle pulse of ancient stones and the patient gaze of eyes that have watched since the dawn of time. The observatory's mystery is not a puzzle to be solved, but an experience to be embraced, a reminder that some truths are best left veiled in the soft embrace of uncertainty. In the grand symphony of the cosmos, we are all both audience and performer, each of us a part of a story written in the stars and whispered in the winds of time. Story 16. On a misty evening, I wandered along a creaking pier extending into a bay cloaked in fog. Amid the soothing rhythm of the waves and the distant calls of seabirds, a mysterious melody emerged, a hidden symphony conducted by the wind and water. The sea's salty essence and the aged aroma of wood intertwined in the air, turning the pier into a stage for nature's enigmatic, tranquil concert. With each step on the weathered planks, the fog enveloped me like a soft, gray veil. The time-worn boards beneath my feet released a gentle groan, harmonizing with the ethereal music resonating from all directions. The melody, both haunting and calming, echoed like a forgotten lullaby played on unseen strings. Lanterns lining the pier cast warm pools of amber light through the mist, forming swaying halos that danced with the evening breeze. In their faint glow, I observed a peculiar phenomenon. The railings seemed to vibrate ever so slightly, as if in tune with the mysterious music. When I touched the smooth, salt-weathered wood, a subtle tremor greeted me, akin to the aftermath of a struck tuning fork. Here time moved differently. The outside world felt distant, muted by the encompassing fog. As I delved deeper into the mist, the symphony evolved. What started as a simple melody now weaved intricate harmonies, the wind's whispers through unseen gaps in the planks, the rhythmic beat of water against the pilings, and something more, a distant chorus singing in perfect unity. At the pier's end stood an ancient gazebo, its Victorian architecture barely visible in the swirling fog. Its weathered dome rose like a phantom ship emerging from the mist. Approaching, the mysterious music reached a gentle crescendo. The gazebo's ornate railings acted as the pipes of an organ, each hollow post contributing a unique note to the ethereal composition. Inside, I found intricate carvings on the wooden ceiling, spirals and waves that seemed to sway in the shifting lantern light. A weathered brass plaque, mostly worn by time and salt air, caught my eye. Faint words remained, in memory of the symphony and a date from a bygone century. The gentle music persisted as I settled on an old wooden bench inside the gazebo. The fog twirled around me in harmony with the melody, crafting shapes that might have been dancers or mere illusions of light and shadow. I swayed gently, entranced by the tranquil rhythm of this unexplainable performance. As night descended, the air retained an unexpected warmth, like a tender embrace. The lantern light pulsed softly, syncing with the tempo of the mysterious song. Each pulse unveiled different aspects of the carved patterns above, orchestrating a fluid dance of light and shadow. In this twilight realm between reality and dreams, I realized the pier itself was an instrument, a grand, weathered musical contraption played by nature's hands. Every board, railing, and post had not only a functional purpose, but also a musical one, orchestrated by the wind and waves. The faded inscription on the plaque held new significance. Perhaps this pier was erected not only for ships, but also as a tribute to something or someone long forgotten. Each evening, under the perfect conditions, It performed its symphony for those willing to listen a musical memorial rather than one of stone. When I departed, the melody trailed behind me, softening with each step but never fully vanishing. The fog parted slightly, guiding me back to shore. Even on solid ground, the rhythm of that mystical music lingered in my bones like a distant dream. Sometimes on misty evenings I return to that pier, though the symphony never plays the same way twice. The music endures, shifting with the weather, the tides, and perhaps even the listeners themselves. It remains a mystery best left unsolved, a gentle reminder that life's most beautiful moments are often the inexplicable ones. The experience left me pondering. Was I witnessing a natural phenomenon, an acoustic marvel born of wind and architecture? Or had I stumbled upon something extraordinary, a slice of history preserved not in photographs or records, but in the everlasting notes of a perpetual symphony orchestrated by the sea itself? Story 17. In the quiet hush of a late evening, I found myself drawn to an abandoned cinema, its marquee a weathered homage to forgotten days of grandeur. Inside, the darkness enveloped me, broken only by the flickering light of a solitary projector that whispered secrets of the past onto the worn screen. The air held a delicate balance of popcorn and dust, carrying with it the whispered remnants of dreams and heartaches long faded into obscurity. As I settled into a velvet seat, the soft creaking beneath me seemed to echo the sighs of a bygone era, beckoning me to uncover the hidden tale this forgotten theater held close. The hypnotic whirring of the projector wove a timeless melody, lulling me into a trance as dust particles danced in the ethereal glow, hinting at stories untold. In the shadows, subtle movements stirred, like whispers of forgotten echoes dancing on the edge of perception. The black and white images on the screen, though seemingly from a distant past, carried an intimacy that brushed against my skin, as if I were intruding on someone else's memories, not just a reel of film. A mysterious figure, always just out of reach, wandered through scenes of a garden party, a dimly lit restaurant, a rain-soaked street, her purpose elusive yet urgent. Each frame held a silent plea, a yearning for something beyond the confines of the screen, her elegant movements a delicate balance of grace and desperation. Amidst the gentle hum of the projector, a soft whisper brushed against my ear, carrying fragments of words lost to the ages. The room itself seemed alive, shifting in temperature and texture, as if the very walls whispered long-forgotten secrets to the shadows that danced along the fringes of my vision. Subtle anomalies in the film revealed themselves: the changing hues of the woman's dress, the looping scenes with subtle variations, each one a thread in a tapestry of mystery that drew me further into the enigmatic narrative unfolding before me. The crackling sound system breathed life into the silence, the rhythmic pattern of someone's breath mingling with the stillness of the air. I found myself mirroring the woman's movements, a ghostly dance of shadows and light, our connection unspoken yet palpable in the air between us. The scent of jasmine hung heavy, mingling with the musty aroma of the theater, weaving a tapestry of melancholy and nostalgia that tugged at my heart. Each breath carried a weight of longing, a yearning for something lost in the mists of time. As the film shifted to reveal the theater itself in its former glory, the woman appeared among the audience, her face a mystery shrouded in shadow. A diary aged with time revealed a haunting tale of endless searches and unfinished stories, each entry a plea for resolution. The final moments of the film drew near, the woman turning towards the camera in a moment of fleeting clarity before the screen was consumed by static and darkness. The projector's soft click marked the end of the haunting display, leaving me alone in the dim glow of the exit signs. Returning the diary to its rightful place, a fleeting touch, a whisper of warmth passed through me, a ghostly presence vanishing into the night. In the empty lobby, a figure in a vintage dress lingered in the shadows, a silent farewell in her outstretched hand before she faded into the darkness. And so, as the years passed, the scent of jasmine still lingers in the air, a reminder of that mysterious night in the abandoned cinema. In the quiet moments of watching old films, I feel the weight of unseen eyes upon me, waiting for another soul to bear witness to the beauty of stories left untold. Story 18. On a peculiarly chilly night, I found myself wandering through an abandoned train yard at the outskirts of town. The rusted tracks and silent, decaying engines surrounded me, creating a haunting atmosphere that seemed frozen in time. Amidst this desolate scene, a solitary light flickered sporadically from an ancient signal tower, its glow pulsing like a heartbeat in the darkness. The air carried the scent of rust and damp concrete, while the gravel beneath my feet whispered softly with each step I took. As I moved through the yard, a sense of eerie stillness enveloped me, as if the very essence of time had forgotten this place. Moths fluttered around the few functioning lampposts, casting delicate shadows that danced across the worn metal surfaces. The blinking light in the tower beckoned to me, its pattern neither predictable nor chaotic, but imbued with a strange sense of purpose that intrigued my senses. Drawn by an inexplicable curiosity, I approached the tower. The windows remained dark, emphasizing the significance of the solitary illumination within. The door stood slightly ajar, emitting a mournful creak as the wind nudged it open. Inside, the atmosphere shifted, charged with an electric energy that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. Ascending the creaking wooden stairs to the top floor, I entered a forgotten control room adorned with outdated equipment. Switches, levers, and dial gauges adorn the walls, their once shiny brass and copper now dulled by neglect. Yet, it was the enigmatic source of light, a seemingly powered signal lamp that captivated my gaze. As I observed, a remarkable realization dawned upon me. The light's rhythm seemed to synchronize with the gentle cadence of my own breath, creating an uncanny connection between us. Whispers of bygone conversations and echoes of train whistles filled the air, evoking a sense of longing for a past era of bustling activity. Seated in an antiquated operator's chair, I became entranced by the interplay of light and shadow on the control panel. The flickering glow narrated a tale of solitude, of signals sent out into the unknown, of fleeting connections forged and forgotten. Running my fingers over the worn surfaces, I felt a ghostly warmth, a spectral echo of hands long gone. Time slipped away as I sat there, enveloped in the gentle pulsing of light and the nocturnal symphony that surrounded me. The evolving pattern of the light hinted at a deeper message, almost like a cryptic code waiting to be deciphered. And in that moment, a realization washed over me. The light was not merely an observer, it was aware of my presence, watching me with ancient wisdom. The glow extended an ethereal touch, casting intricate shadows on the walls and a silent Morse code of stories untold. Delving into faded logbooks, I uncovered cryptic entries detailing the passage of trains through this yard, each one adding a layer of intrigue to the enigma before me. The last entry, dated decades ago, cryptically stated, "The light knows the way home," accompanied by a series of mysterious dots and dashes that resonated within my soul. When I finally departed the tower, the light's steady pulse lingered behind me, a beacon calling me back to unravel its secrets. On tranquil nights, I find myself syncing my breath with the remembered rhythm of that light, pondering the mysteries that still shroud its ancient message. The unfinished tale of the flickering light lingers in my mind like a half-forgotten dream, a reminder that some enigmas are meant to be felt rather than unraveled, their allure residing in the questions they leave imprinted on our consciousness, gentle as the flutter of moth wings against a moonlit window. Story 19. In the dead of night, I found myself wandering into a deserted arcade at the outskirts of the city. The neon lights blinked erratically, casting eerie shadows over the dusty game machines. Amidst the stillness, a faint hum pulsed from the shadows, carrying with it a whisper of nostalgia. The air was heavy with the scent of old popcorn and faded thrill, as though the arcade held onto echoes of laughter and wistful memories. Tracing my fingers along the worn plastic surfaces of the game cabinets, I felt the intricate textures buried beneath layers of neglect. Each step I took left soft imprints on the carpet of gray dust that coated the floor. My breathing blended seamlessly with the low electrical hum that enveloped the space, creating a strangely comforting cadence. In the dim glow, I could discern the faded artwork on the machine's fantastical realms and characters now mere ghostly outlines of their former selves. Some screens flickered weakly, displaying fragmented images that danced like ethereal visions. One game in particular drew me in, an ancient racing simulator with a weathered leather seat and a wheel that seemed to turn of its own accord. As I ventured further into the arcade, the temperature dropped noticeably, and the hum intensified, taking on a melodic quality akin to a distant choir in perfect harmony. I found myself swaying gently to its mysterious rhythm, my steps falling in sync with its hypnotic pulse. The air crackled with potential, as if the boundary between reality and fantasy blurred in this forgotten place. Exploring a narrow hallway, I stumbled upon what appeared to be the arcade's maintenance area. Vintage posters adorned the walls, advertising games long lost to time. Each creak of the floorboards beneath my feet added a whisper to the arcade's haunting symphony. The hum seemed to ebb and flow in response to my presence, shifting in tone and intensity with my movements. At the end of the hallway, a weathered wooden door beckoned, its peeling paint resembling intricate circuit patterns. The brass handle, surprisingly warm, yielded to my touch, unleashing a surge of humming that filled my senses. Beyond the door, a soft blue light bathed the small room where arcade motherboards lined the walls, their LEDs blinking in cryptic patterns. At the room's center stood an ancient computer terminal, its screen alive with scrolling text that eluded my comprehension. The characters seemed to blend game code with something deeper and more enigmatic. The hum emanated from the machine, sending waves that made dust particles dance like celestial bodies in the air. Drawn to the mesmerizing display, I settled into the worn operator's chair. The text on the screen began to form patterns, tantalizingly close to coherence, like fragments of a fading dream. My fingers hovered over the aged keyboard, instinctively tapping out a narrative that felt ancient and familiar. The humming synchronized with my keystrokes, creating a harmony between man and machine. Time lost its grip in that ethereal room. The blue light seeped into my skin, and the hum resonated in my very core. I typed tales of worlds that never existed, dreams long forgotten, and the machine responded with its own enigmatic stories, conveyed through bursts of static and coded fragments that spoke volumes. When I finally rose from the chair, my limbs were stiff, the passage of time a mystery. The hum had melded with my being, noticeable only through subtle shifts and nuances. The arcade no longer felt abandoned but expectant. The game cabinets stood sentinel, their screens hinting at uncharted realms waiting to be unveiled. Tracing my way back through the arcade, I felt a gentle surge of electricity from each machine as my fingers brushed their surfaces. The racing game's wheel sat motionless, yet its screen depicted a road stretching into infinity, bathed in the glow of a digital dawn. As I neared the exit, I cast a final glance back. The neon lights had ceased their erratic dance, now casting a warm, steady glow. The hum of the arcade had transformed into a soothing purr like a slumbering electronic behemoth. In that moment, I knew I would return, lured by the tranquil symphony and the promise of untold stories lingering between the games. Stepping outside, the hum persisted, a gentle vibration in my chest, a reminder of the night's enigmatic serenade. Sometimes in the hushed moments before dawn, I can still sense its call, that perfect blend of memory and mystery, forever resonating within the abandoned arcade. Story 20. On a solitary stroll near the edge of a dense forest, a faint howl stirred the air, almost imperceptible yet sending shivers down my spine. The scent of pine and damp earth mingled together, creating a tapestry of nature's perfume. I gazed into the shadowy woods, feeling a mysterious presence beckoning me to explore the secrets hidden just beyond the light's reach. The sun painted patterns through the canopy above, casting a dance of shadows upon the forest floor as I ventured deeper into the wilderness. Each step I took crunched satisfyingly on leaves and twigs, leading me further into the heart of the forest. The air grew heavy with the aroma of moss and decay, strangely refreshing in its raw earthiness. An unexplainable curiosity tugged me forward, overriding any sense of caution that lingered in the back of my mind. The outside world's familiar sounds gradually faded away, replaced by the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze, creating a hushed symphony that wrapped me in tranquility. Occasional movements caught my eye in the periphery, but each time I turned to look, only swaying branches and fleeting shadows met my gaze. The howl echoed once more, barely audible as if carried by the wind itself. This time it held a melodic quality, weaving a haunting tune that seemed to blend into the forest's whispers. The woods fell into a hushed silence, as if nature itself paused to listen. Birdsong ceased, insects quieted, and a subtle energy pulsed through the air, setting my senses on edge. Progressing further, I stumbled upon a clearing where trees encircled a serene pond, its still surface reflecting the somber sky above. Not a ripple disturbed the mirror-like water, creating a sense of surreal calmness. Drawing closer, I noticed a peculiarity in my reflection, a delayed mimicry that hinted at a world slightly out of sync with reality. As the air chilled, a mist began to rise from the ground, twining around my ankles with a delicate touch. Cool and silky, the mist glowed softly, pulsing in harmony with the forest's heartbeat. Within the mist, elusive shapes moved, reminiscent of deer but ethereal, their forms vanishing when stared at directly. They danced on the edges of perception, teasing the boundaries between what was real and what lay beyond. The howl returned closer now, its ghostly timbre surrounding me in a soothing embrace. It seemed to emanate from all directions, a call from the very essence of the forest itself. Entranced, I swayed gently, feeling the veil between worlds thinning with each passing moment. Trees lined inward, their branches reaching out like curious spectators, their gnarled forms resembling ancient, watchful faces. Time lost its grip as hours slipped by unnoticed. The mist thickened, enveloping the clearing in a swirling sea of white. The howl transformed into a melody, an ancient song resonating with the earth's hidden truths, whispering of enigmas predating human existence in these woods. Suspended between reality and reverie, I sensed a presence behind me, a breath of wildflowers and frost that stirred the air. Every instinct urged me to turn to face the unknown, yet my body remained rooted in place. Was it fear or reverence that held me captive? I could not tell. The presence drew nearer, exuding a profound serenity that soothed my soul. The forest sighed around me, its ancient voices murmuring in forgotten tongues, weaving tales of the primordial past. In that moment of profound stillness, I understood I stood on the threshold of something extraordinary, a realm where the boundary between known and mysterious blurred. Though I never glanced back, I closed my eyes, surrendering to the forest's melody that washed over me like a gentle tide. When I reopened them, the mist had dissipated, leaving the clearing ordinary once more. As I retraced my steps through the woods, a newfound certainty settled within me, a knowledge that I had touched a realm of wonder and magic, forever altering my perception of the world. Even now, on tranquil nights when the wind whispers through the trees, I catch echoes of that distant, silent howl. It calls to me like a fading dream, a reminder that in this world there are sanctuaries where mystery and awe reign supreme, patiently awaiting those who listen to their enchanting song. Story 21. During a serene stroll through a tranquil meadow at daybreak, I halted to marvel at the glistening dew adorning the blades of grass. To my utter amazement, the droplets had arranged themselves into minuscule, intricate letters, a script crafted by the hand of nature. The air was imbued with the fresh aroma of moist earth and wild blooms, enveloping me in a sense of tranquility. It felt as if this fleeting message was crafted exclusively for my eyes. The morning mist draped low, casting a soft, pearl-gray veil over everything in sight. As I knelt down to inspect the dewy letters, my breath sent delicate ripples through the damp air. The letters seemed to twinkle and sway, their shapes just beyond grasp. Each stroke and curve was delicate, akin to the finest calligraphy etched in liquid crystal. I found myself drawn back to that meadow each morning, compelled by an inexplicable force. Every day, fresh messages emerged, their true significance eluding me. The script evolved with the sun's warming rays, transitioning from clear, precise formations to abstract designs that melded into the grass. Occasionally, I glimpsed words in unfamiliar tongues, their forms both strange and oddly familiar. The gentle rustle of the breeze through the tall grass became my constant companion, harmonizing with the melodic chirping of early birds welcoming the day. I began chronicling these messages in a weathered leather journal, my fingertips tracing the dampness of the pages as I illustrated what I beheld. The paper bore a slight ripple from the moisture, as if echoing the dew from which the letters arose. One misty morning, a new sight caught my eye. The script had started spiraling outward from a central point, weaving an intricate mandala of words and symbols. An air of quiet energy suffused the surroundings, and the usual morning sounds seemed hushed, as if the meadow itself held its breath. Goosebumps prickled my skin as I followed the spiral with intent, seeking to decipher its enigmatic pattern. The messages began manifesting in other places as well. I spotted them etched in the condensation on my bedroom window, each droplet perfectly aligned. They emerged in the steam curling from my morning tea, briefly visible before dissipating into the ether. Even the frost patterns on autumn leaves seemed to bear traces of this cryptic communication. In my dreams, the scripts materialized, flowing like molten silver through landscapes of shadow and light. They murmured secrets in voices composed of swaying foliage and distant wind chimes. Each sunrise brought a fading recollection of nearly grasping the message's essence, slipping away like water through my fingers. My journal burgeoned with entries, its pages now a testament to this gentle enigma. I'd spend hours comparing the patterns, noting their alignment with the moon's phases, the shifting seasons, and the subtle changes in morning light. The deeper I delved, the more I sensed a profound rhythm, as though the script was part of a grand, unhurried dialogue between earth and sky. As winter crept closer, the messages dwindled, appearing only on the crispest mornings when the air was pure and still. I cherished these moments all the more, aware that each one might be the last until spring. The frost crafted its own rendition of the script, inscribing delicate messages into the frozen grass that glittered like diamonds in the soft sunlight. Even now, years later, I revisit the meadow, though the messages surface less frequently. I ponder if they guided me toward this state of serene observation, this tranquil admiration of morning's subtle enchantment. The dew still forms perfect beads on grass and leaves, and while the distinct letters may have faded, I've learned to discern a different tale in their patterns, a gentle reminder that mysteries need not always be unraveled to hold significance. My journal rests on my desk, filled with the captured echoes of those dawn-time revelations. When I leaf through it now, I observe how the sketched patterns seem to shift and transform in varying lights, much like the script itself. Perhaps comprehension was never the aim. Perhaps the true gift lay in those quiet instants of wonder, in mastering the art of pausing to witness the world's small wonders with patient, grateful eyes. The meadow has evolved into my sanctuary, a realm where the line between the mundane and the extraordinary blurs in the early light of day. Though I may never decipher the meaning behind those crystalline messages, Their presence has left an enduring mark on my soul, teaching me that life's most profound experiences often arise not from grand revelations, but from the gentle unfurling of questions without answers. Story 22. On a hazy afternoon, I wandered into a deserted quarry on the outskirts of a tranquil town. The expansive, empty expanse reverberated with faint, eerie whispers as the wind meandered through rugged rocks and concealed crevices. The crisp fragrance of aged stone and lingering dampness lingered in the air, creating an aura of a clandestine dialogue between the quarry and time itself, leaving me pondering the enigmatic tales these silent walls had borne witness to. Venturing further into the quarry, my footsteps gently echoed against weathered stone pathways. Each step stirred up wisps of pale dust that pirouetted in the soft light filtering through the cloudy sky above. The atmosphere grew noticeably cooler as I descended, carrying with it an unexplainable sweetness reminiscent of rain-kissed blossoms. Abandoned places had always beckoned to me, yet this quarry exuded a different essence, a gentle hum of energy that seemed to radiate from its very core. The towering stone walls, standing sentinel-like around me, bore the scars of countless years of human toil, yet now they whispered of something far more ancient, far more profound. Turning a corner, a peculiar sight caught my eye. Against one of the walls, partially veiled by a cascade of climbing vines, stood an ancient wooden door. Its surface, weathered to a soft gray, appeared surprisingly well preserved despite its age. What intrigued me most was not the door itself, but the rhythmic movement of the vines surrounding it, not swayed by the wind, but pulsating in a slow, hypnotic rhythm, as if breathing. Approaching the door cautiously, my fingertips grazed the cool stone beside it. The sweet scent in the air intensified, mingling with an earthy undertone evoking freshly turned soil. Standing there, I discerned subtle shifts in the quarry's ambience. The natural echo of the space seemed to morph, taking on a melodic quality, as if the very stone was humming a tune just beyond the threshold of perception. The door bore no handle, only a smooth, worn surface where one might have been. Upon closer inspection, intricate patterns carved into the wood caught my eye, spirals and curves that seemed to undulate and transform when viewed from different angles. Each attempt to trace a pattern led seamlessly into another, weaving an endless dance of geometric elegance. Time seemed to flow differently within that space. The sky had darkened imperceptibly, leaving me uncertain whether minutes or hours had slipped by. The quarry's whispers had grown more defined, though still incomprehensible, akin to muffled conversations heard through walls, the rhythm of speech without the clarity of words. Finding myself seated on a polished boulder near the door, I became entranced by the gentle sway of the vines and the steady pulse of energy pervading the place. The warmth of the rock beneath me contradicted the cool air, hinting at a timeless warmth ingrained in its essence from days past. As twilight descended, glimmers of light emerged from the quarry's recesses, casting faint patterns that mirrored the carvings on the wooden door, a silent interplay of light and shadow. The sweet fragrance intensified, accompanied by a sensation of weightlessness, as if the air itself had thickened to cradle my form. The quarry's whispers evolved into a serene symphony of stone and wind, interspersed with sounds akin to footsteps or heartbeats, or perhaps both. When I rose to depart, a subtle change caught my eye. The door, though unmoved, seemed to have shifted slightly, revealing a slender ribbon of warm light along its edge. The vines continued their gentle undulation, now extending towards me with delicate tendrils aglow in the encroaching darkness. I refrained from touching the door that day, yet I returned to the quarry numerous times thereafter. Often I would linger for hours, observing the dance of light and shadow, listening to the whispered secrets of the stone. The door remained steadfast and inscrutable, undergoing subtle transformations that eluded my grasp. The question of what lay beyond lingered in my thoughts during tranquil moments, yet I came to accept that some enigmas are destined to remain unsolved. The quarry safeguarded its mysteries, divulging them solely through whispers and clues in the gentle sway of vines and the subtle radiance of hidden lights. Perhaps the true enchantment lay not in unraveling the door's mysteries, but in contemplatively acknowledging its existence. In my dreams, I often revisit that spot, sensing the warmth of the stone beneath me and the caress of the cool night air. The quarry's murmurs accompany me into slumber, a soothing serenade of stone and time, reminding me of the ethereal spaces bridging the realms of knowledge and imagination, of sight and emotion. The door stands sentinel, nestled amidst breathing vines, neither beckoning nor barring passage. And the quarry persists in its age-old communion with time, conversing in whispers and lights, in shadows and scents, narrating tales to those willing to listen with an open heart and a tranquil mind. Story 23. As I sifted through the dusty relics of time within the attic, a peculiar canvas caught my eye, concealed behind an old trunk weathered by the years. The painting depicted a figure in a state of metamorphosis, a dance of light and shadow that felt hauntingly familiar. The air was thick with the scent of aged paper and memories long forgotten. My gaze lingered on the intricate brushstrokes, and a sense crept over me that the portrait held secrets of a past unbeknownst to me. I settled into a creaking wooden chair, illuminated by a slender beam of light filtering through a small attic window, casting swirling motes of dust into the air. The painting seemed to shimmer in the dimness, its edges blending into the raw canvas like watercolors bleeding into parchment. The face on the canvas existed and did not exist simultaneously, some features sharp and defined, others fading into obscurity as if the artist's hand had been halted mid-motion. The gentle groans of the old house provided a soothing backdrop as I lost myself in contemplation. My fingers trailed along the weathered wooden frame, tracing the whispers of time etched into its surface. Something in the eyes of the portrait drew me closer, painted with a precision that seemed to transcend the limits of the canvas itself, holding a depth that beckoned me in. As evening descended, the light in the attic transformed, casting a golden glow that stretched long shadows across the floor. The air cooled, carrying the crisp scent of impending autumn through a crack in the window frame. Softly I began to speak to the portrait, sharing thoughts and memories as though confiding in an old companion. In the growing darkness, a peculiar phenomenon caught my attention. Certain brushstrokes seemed to shift direction when viewed from different angles, creating a fluid illusion in the twilight. Unfinished portions hinted at various possibilities, a curve of a smile one moment, a hint of sorrow the next. Time flowed differently in that attic space, hours slipping by like fleeting moments as I delved into the intricacies of the portrait. Behind it, I uncovered a faded inscription in delicate ink. Remember, the light changes everything. The handwriting possessed an elegance tinged with fragility, as if penned by someone in a dreamlike state. The more I studied it, the more a peculiar connection formed between myself and the unknown artist who had left their creation incomplete. I began to bring old journals and photographs from around the house to the attic, laying them out around the portrait on the dusty floor. Each item hinted at the identity of the subject, yet none offered definitive answers. The house murmured and whispered around me, its ancient timbers divulging secrets in a language just beyond my grasp. On sleepless nights, I ascended the narrow stairs to sit with the portrait, bathed in the ethereal glow of moonlight filtering through the window. In those quiet moments, whispers seemed to emanate from the unfinished spaces of the canvas, melodic murmurs, reminiscent of half-remembered lullabies from my youth. Gradually, my perception of the portrait began to shift. Features that once appeared hazy began to take form in my mind, though they remained incomplete on the canvas. The eyes, so exquisitely painted, seemed to traverse different paths based on my mood. During tranquil evenings, they gazed toward the window, reflecting the same starlight that graced my view. In times of storm, they turned inward, contemplating enigmas beyond my reach. The portrait became a mirror of my innermost self, reflecting emotions and memories long dormant. I shared tales with it, whispering dreams and fears amidst the ambient sounds of the house. Its unfinished nature allowed for endless possibilities, inviting my imagination to wander through myriad interpretations of what could have been. As the seasons shifted outside the attic window, a theory took shape in my mind regarding the portrait's incompleteness. Perhaps it was intentionally left unfinished, a perpetual state of becoming rather than a stagnant portrayal. The artist may have understood that completion would confine the subject to a singular moment, a singular interpretation. Instead, the perpetual transformation allowed the portrait to evolve with each glance, each change in light, each shift in perspective. I did not seek to unravel the mystery of the portrait's origins actively. Instead, I became its guardian, preserving the delicate balance between revelation and enigma. The attic became a sanctuary where time ebbed and flowed uniquely, blurring the boundary between observer and observed like the fading edges of the painting. Even now, years later, I ascend those stairs to sit with the portrait. At times, I bring a small notebook, chronicling the interplay of light on the canvas, the shifting contours of its unfinished elements. But mostly, I sit in tranquil silence, sharing space with this enigmatic presence that has woven itself into the fabric of my existence. The portrait remains incomplete, a testament to its perfect wholeness. In its unfinished state, it continues to transform, unveiling new facets not only of itself but of those who gaze upon it. The mystery does not demand resolution, it simply beckons to be experienced, one serene moment at a time, in the soft, dust-filled light of the attic. Story 24. On a moonlit night nestled deep within the woods, a chance encounter led me to a forgotten campsite where nature had almost reclaimed what once belonged to man. The towering pines swayed with a gentle grace, their needles rustling like whispers of ancient tales lost to time. The crisp night air carried the fragrant essence of cedar and damp earth, hinting at the presence of hidden secrets waiting to be unveiled. As I ventured closer to the clearing, my footsteps were hushed by layers of fallen pine needles, creating a soft cushion beneath my feet. Before me lay the remnants of a bygone gathering spot, a circle of weathered logs encircling an old fire pit, now adorned with delicate mushrooms emitting a faint, ethereal glow under the moon's watchful eye. Their luminescence pulsed ever so subtly, like a gentle heartbeat echoing through the night. At the fringes of the clearing stood the weathered remains of a once sturdy cabin, its wooden facade weathered by countless seasons under the moon's ethereal gaze. Moonlight filtered through the cracks in the roof, casting intricate patterns on the floor that seemed to dance and shift in my peripheral vision. The door hung slightly ajar, swaying with the night breeze, emitting a rhythmic creak that harmonized with the murmurs of the surrounding pines. Stepping inside, I felt as though time itself had woven a tapestry of stories within the cabin's walls. Dust motes pirouetted in the moonbeams that filtered through the windows, while the aged wooden floor creaked beneath my every step, as if recounting ancient memories of days long past. A solemn stone fireplace dominated one wall, its chimney reaching skyward like a sentinel standing guard over the silent abode. Within its cold hearth, dried leaves had gathered, forming cryptic patterns reminiscent of an unknown script. On a small table beside the window, a weathered journal lay waiting, its pages warped by humidity yet miraculously preserved. The touch of its leather cover felt surprisingly warm against my skin, a stark contrast to the cool night air that enveloped me. As I gingerly opened its pages, the spine crackled softly, revealing elegant script detailing accounts of mysterious lights flickering among the trees and haunting melodies carried by the nocturnal breeze, fading from memory as soon as they were heard. The journal chronicled how, with the onset of twilight, the pines would engage in whispered dialogues, speaking of transient travelers, forest transformations, and elusive entities that lurked within the shadows. The writer described how the mushrooms within the fire pit would radiate a heightened luminosity on certain evenings, their glow pulsing in tandem with distant echoes that lingered at the edge of perception. Engrossed in the journal's enigmatic narratives, a subtle shift in the atmosphere enveloped me. The moonlight assumed a silvery hue, casting deeper shadows that seemed to conceal untold depths. The whispers of the pines grew more pronounced, though their cryptic messages remained beyond deciphering. I found myself swaying gently, as if guided by an unseen current, my breath synchronizing with a hidden cadence lingering in the air. The journal alluded to a peculiar phenomenon on nights of full moon, such as the one unfolding before me. The ancient fire pit would at times mirror the celestial expanse above, transforming into a pool of liquid shadow despite its dry surface. Intrigued by this revelation, I ventured back outside, the journal clutched securely in my hands. Returning to the clearing, I sensed a subtle metamorphosis had taken place, altering the very fabric of the environment in imperceptible ways. The arrangement of logs seemed to form intricate patterns previously overlooked, while the mushroom's luminescence intensified marginally. Approaching the fire pit, I beheld the veracity of the journal's claims. The old ashes now shimmered with a liquid sheen, mirroring the moon and stars with uncanny precision. Yet within this mirrored reflection, an anomaly caught my eye amidst the celestial tableau. Unfamiliar lights danced with a graceful purpose, akin to fireflies choreographing a silent ballet to a melody known solely to them. The longer I gazed, the more I felt as though I could decipher the pine's whispers, grasp the essence of their timeless dialogues. Seating myself upon a moss-covered log, the journal laid open in my lap, I began transcribing my own observations. The night deepened its embrace, time flowing in a languid rhythm that blurred the boundaries between observer and observed. Was I witnessing the enigmatic dance of lights within the fire pit, or were they in turn observing me? Were the pines imparting their enigmatic wisdom, or merely allowing me a fleeting glimpse into their eternal murmurs? As dawn approached, a delicate mist enveloped the surroundings, delicately veiling the trees in an ethereal shroud. With a sense of finality, I penned one last entry in the journal, recounting the gradual fading of the mushroom's glow, the whispers giving way to the mundane sounds of daybreak, and the fire pit's reflective surface reverting to its former state of ash and embers. Placing the journal reverently upon the table within the cabin, I acknowledged that despite my meticulous documentation, the true nature of that mystical night would forever elude complete comprehension. The pines continued their whispered conversations, now filled with commonplace musings on wind and weather, light and shadow. Yet in quiet moments of reflection, I can still perceive the lingering cadence of that moonlit reverie, feeling the gentle allure of mysteries content to remain partially veiled, forever beyond full understanding. Story 25. On a misty night by the coast, I ventured to an abandoned pier that reached out into the dark, restless waters. Etched onto a weathered beam were intricate symbols softly glowing under the moon's pale gaze. The briny sea breeze carried a whisper of enigma, and as I ran my fingers over the marks, it felt as though I held a key to a long-buried secret beneath the waves. The gentle rhythm of waves kissing the worn pillars created a mesmerizing cadence, drawing me into deep contemplation. Standing there, I sensed the wood beneath my feet murmuring with each step, echoing the footfalls of bygone years. The air was heavy with the tang of salt and damp wood, mingled with something ancient, evoking memories of forgotten tomes and hidden chambers. Night after night, I found myself drawn back to that pier, compelled by a mysterious force. Each visit unveiled fresh intricacies in the cryptic symbols' curves seeming to dance in the moon's glow, lines shifting to form new patterns with the changing tides. The soft creak of the wooden planks became a familiar companion, a dialogue between the sea and the structure daring to breach its realm. During my fifth visit, a peculiar discovery awaited. The air around the marked beam held a subtle warmth, contrasting the cool maritime breeze. When I pressed my palm against it, the wood pulsed gently, synchronizing with my heartbeat, a sensation akin to cradling a cup of tea that never cooled. The fog often thickened as I studied the symbols, enfolding me like a gentle shroud. Within its embrace, sounds dulled and distant, creating an intimate sanctuary where time flowed with a different rhythm. At times, I could swear I heard a soft hum rising from beneath the pier, blending with the ocean's song. One quiet night, seated beside the marked beam, I noticed the water below lay unusually tranquil. Its surface mirrored the moon with crystal clarity, yet beneath that obsidian sheen, shadows stirred with purposeful grace. Fluid and enigmatic, too substantial for fish, too ambiguous for typical sea life. The symbols began to seep into my dreams, transforming into maps of uncharted lands or writhing beneath my touch like living script. I began to document my experiences, sketching the symbols as they revealed themselves each night, noting their subtle shifts with the moon's phases. Weeks passed, and it became apparent that other visitors to the pier failed to perceive the markings. Their eyes slid over the beam as if it were mere weathered wood. Even when I tried to draw attention to them, people merely nodded and redirected the conversation, their gaze slipping away like water off glass. The true revelation arrived with the new moon. In the absence of lunar light, the symbols emitted a soft luminescence, casting a gentle blue-green glow that undulated like subaquatic currents. The warm pulse within the wood intensified, and the humming beneath the pier grew clearer, carrying melodies that almost resembled ancient words in a forgotten tongue. Curious objects began to appear near the marked beam, polished stones etched with spirals, shards of iridescent shell radiating an inner light, strands of silvery seaweed drying into intricate patterns. Each item felt like a message, though its meaning remained tantalizingly out of reach. Now, as I pen these words, I recognize my integration into the enigma that resides here. The symbols have begun manifesting elsewhere, in the condensation on my bathroom mirror, in rain patterns on windows, in the swirls of cream in my morning coffee. No longer mere symbols to decipher, they now feel like a dialogue I am slowly learning to comprehend. The pier has transcended being a mere structure reaching into the sea. It is a threshold, a boundary between the familiar and the enigmatic. The gentle mystery of the markings continues to unfurl, never fully revealing itself, but offering enough to beckon me back night after night to that juncture where the ordinary world meets something profound, ancient, and infinitely patient beyond human grasp. I have come to embrace the notion that some mysteries are meant to be lived rather than solved. The symbols on the pier have taught me to find solace in ambiguity, to welcome the gentle tug of the unknown. As I sit here now, watching the fog envelop the surroundings and feeling the familiar warmth pulse beneath my touch, I comprehend that my purpose is not to decipher this mystery, but to become part of its ongoing narrative, weaving my own thread into whatever ancient tale unfolds within this liminal space between land and sea. Story 26. On a leisurely stroll through a historic neighborhood, I came across an ancient iron gate adorned with intricate carvings. Despite the erosion caused by time, the delicate patterns and symbols seemed to weave a narrative of love and loss. The gate exuded a faint scent of rust in the crisp breeze, and as my fingertips grazed the weathered metal, I sensed a hidden story yearning to be unraveled, a tale etched into every curve and crevice. The evening atmosphere carried the soft murmur of autumn leaves rustling, while a gentle golden light filtered through the canopy above. Standing before the gate, I observed how the dwindling sunlight illuminated the deeper grooves of the engravings, casting shadows that danced and shifted mysteriously. The metal felt cool to the touch, its surface bearing the marks of decades under the elements. There was an alluring quality about the patterns that drew me in. They weren't mere adornments, they formed elegant script intertwined with intricate vine and floral designs, their meaning just beyond my grasp. As I traced the sinuous lines with my fingertip, a subtle warmth spread through my hand, contrasting the gate's chilly exterior. It was a sensation akin to touching a sun-warmed stone. Beyond the gate, a path meandered into the veil of twilight shadows. Towering trees arched overhead, their boughs swaying gently in the evening breeze. The air carried the earthy fragrance of fallen leaves mingled with a hint of something floral, perhaps old roses or lavender, though no blooms were in sight. Each time I tried to step away, a new detail captivated my gaze. A particular spiral in the metalwork led to another, and then another, creating an endless cascade that always returned to a central motif, a heart-shaped emblem nearly erased by time. Within its fading contours, faint initials and a possible date peeked through. As darkness descended, the air grew colder, and the metal took on a different aura. Beneath the deepening shadows, the engravings seemed to shift and evolve. What once resembled vines now took the form of cryptic inscriptions in an unfamiliar script. I found myself swaying slightly, entranced by the hypnotic patterns. The soft patter of rain against my umbrella, I hadn't realized I still held it, interrupted my reverie. The sound reverberated with an uncanny resonance, like a bell tolling underwater. In that moment, I sensed a response emanating from the depths of the garden beyond, a whisper carried by the wind or something more mystical. The engravings began to unveil fragments of a tale. Here, two figures locked in an embrace, there, a flourishing garden in full bloom. Further along, the same garden lay barren in winter, its leafless branches stretching towards an unseen sky. The scenes flowed seamlessly, connected by sweeping lines that embodied time, memory, and yearning. Time seemed to warp within this space. The street lamps flickered to life unnoticed, casting a warm glow that highlighted the metal's weathered patina. Each beam of light revealed hidden motifs in the carvings, a concealed bird here, a fallen leaf there, all contributing to a grand narrative gradually unfolding before me. The story narrated the history of two lovers who attended the garden beyond the gate. Though their names had faded with time, their saga endured, preserved in iron and rust. Together they had cultivated something beautiful, something that blossomed and thrived. Yet like all gardens, theirs had its seasons of change. The engravings depicted how their love withstood trials, braved winters, and ultimately transcended into an everlasting legacy. As I lingered there, enveloped in the fluidity of time, I comprehended that the gate wasn't merely an obstruction or an entrance, it was a tribute, a testament of affection forged in metal to withstand the ages. The weathered heart at its core symbolized not decay but resilience. Even as the details faded, the essence endured, touching all who paused to observe, to ponder, to feel. A distant church bell tolled, blending with the hushed whisper of the night wind. Casting one final glance at the gate, I knew I would return, aware that it would never reveal itself in the same way twice. As I turned to depart, my fingertips grazed the heart-shaped motif one last time. In that instant, a gentle warmth pulsed through the metal, akin to heartbeat immortalized in iron, still echoing through the years. The tale of the gate lingered with me as I traversed homeward through the deepening twilight. I realized then that some stories aren't meant to be fully deciphered, they are meant to be felt, resonating in the realm between understanding and curiosity, between sight and belief. The faded engravings had shared what they desired, safeguarding their profound mysteries within their iron embrace. Story 27. In the hushed embrace of midnight, while nestled in my bed, a stray echo reached my ears, an elusive voice, tinged with both familiarity and a poignant distance. The gentle hum of the air conditioner intermingled with the whispering leaves outside, forming a spectral choir that stirred memories of a presence I had deemed long vanished. That night my bedroom bore an otherworldly ambience. Moonbeams cast silver patterns upon the walls, shaping forms that seemed to pulse with a tranquil rhythm. The air held a weighty stillness, akin to the pregnant pause before a rainfall, where all is poised in anticipation. I observed how the shadows deepened in the corners, pooling as if conspiring to share whispered secrets amongst themselves. The voice returned, softer this time, riding the fringes of my perception. It evoked the delicate melody of wind chimes swaying in a gentle breeze, carrying with it a melancholic undertone. With a slow ascent, I sat up, my blanket slipping away with a soft rustle of fabric. The cool, firm touch of the wooden floor beneath my feet tethered me to reality as my thoughts meandered into the realm of the inexplicable. The nocturnal traversal of my home, usually a dance of familiarity and caution, now held an unfamiliar allure. The hallway stretched out before me, its walls seeming to absorb the scant light rather than reflect it. Family photographs observed my passage with distant gazes trapped behind glass, their once familiar visages now distantly removed. Guided by the beckoning voice, I found myself drawn to my study, where books stood sentinel in orderly rows along the walls, their spines weaving a tapestry of muted hues in the dimness. My vacant reading chair exuded an air of expectancy, as though recently vacated. The leather still bore the warmth of recent occupancy, and beside it, my grandmother's antique table lamp cast a soft amber glow that pulsed ever so faintly in time with each ethereal whisper. A peculiarity caught my eye amidst my collection of vinyl records. One album stood slightly apart, its sleeve bearing the marks of frequent handling. Although I could not recall the last time I had touched it, there it sat, a patient messenger awaiting acknowledgement. The dust cover of the record player was ajar, though I distinctly remembered closing it the previous evening. Almost of its own volition, my hand retrieved the record from its sleeve. The vinyl's surface caught the lamp's light, forming concentric circles of reflection that spiraled toward the center, an entrancing invitation. Placing it on the turntable, the needle descended into the groove unbidden, and music began to play not the anticipated symphony, but the sound of rain cascading upon a tin roof, intermingled with distant piano notes that seemed to emerge from the recesses of memory itself. The voice interwove with these sounds, clearer now articulating words that felt like fractured fragments of a conversation held in a dream. It spoke of summer evenings spent on a porch swing, of vows exchanged beneath starlit skies, and of time slipping away like sand through gentle fingers. The antique clock that once belonged to my grandmother ticked steadily in the corner, its brass pendulum marking time with measured precision, each swing stretching into what felt like an eternity. The voice now spoke of her, evoking memories of evenings spent listening to her tales, her nimble hands engrossed in needlework while the same lamp bathed us both in its warm radiance. Had she been privy to this voice, had she left me a message that I was only now beginning to comprehend? A subtle shift in the room's temperature created eddies of air, causing the lamp's light to dance in a mesmerizing display. Every shadow harbored a unique shade of darkness, within which I discerned the emergence of intricate patterns reminiscent of the lace doilies my grandmother used to craft, designs pregnant with concealed meanings. Finding myself sinking into the welcoming embrace of my reading chair, the voice persisted in its ghostly soliloquy. Its cadence synchronized with the pendulum swing of the clock, generating a hypnotic symphony of reminiscence and enigma. My fingers traced familiar patterns etched into the chair's aging armrests, following the grooves imprinted by years of similar gestures. The bookshelves seemed to breathe in harmony with the voice's rhythm, their contents subtly shifting. A particular volume of poetry, a gift from my grandmother years ago, seized my attention. Its spine glimmered faintly in the lamplight as I realized the voice was reciting verses that I had once recited to her during her final days. Time flowed like thickened honey in winter, laden with significance yet resistant to confinement. With each fleeting moment, the voice grew more distinct, though its utterances remained just beyond complete comprehension. It spoke of connections transcending time, of love resonating across generations, of memories dwelling in the interstices between heartbeats. As the approaching dawn extended its gray tendrils through my window, the voice began to wane. The record continued its silent revolution, the needle tracing its eternal circular path. The lamp's glow pulsed one final time, and in that instant, a profound realization dawned upon me regarding the essence of memory and absence, of how certain voices never truly depart, they merely await the opportune moment to impart their truths. When morning bathed the room in its full light, I found myself still ensconced in the reading chair, the record player dormant, the lamp extinguished. Save for a solitary book of poetry resting open on the side table, its pages adorned with my grandmother's delicate annotations, no evidence remained of my nocturnal odyssey. The distinction between dream and reality seemed to diminish in significance compared to the residual emotions. It had stirred a sensation of connection to something vast and inscrutable, yet intimately known. The voice may have receded with the night, but its reverberations lingered, a gentle prompt that certain enigmas are meant to be felt rather than unraveled, to be experienced rather than explicated. In the ensuing tranquility, I sought solace in the ambiguity, in the realm between comprehension and wonderment, where the most exquisite mysteries find their dwelling place. Story 28. In a dim-lit afternoon, a mysterious envelope appeared amidst my usual mail. Unmarked, it held a yellowed paper with handwritten words that stirred unfamiliar memories within me. The room was filled with the subtle fragrance of old ink and lavender, casting a spell of mystery over my thoughts. As rain softly tapped against the window, its rhythm synchronized with the beating of my heart. The gentle glow of the reading lamp created an amber halo around the letter, making the elegant script dance before my eyes. The letter began with the words, "My dearest friend, I write to remind you of the summer house where we spent those precious days." Strangely, I had no recollection of any summer house, yet the warmth of sunlight and the sound of waves crept into my senses as I read. The crackling fireplace beside me added a comforting touch as I delved deeper into the letter. Each word seemed to unlock a hidden chamber of memories, both foreign and strangely intimate. Visions of salt air, fresh-cut grass, and whispering cotton curtains flooded my mind as I read about afternoon teas and everlasting roses in a garden. The mention of a locked room on the third floor added to the enigmatic allure of these phantom memories. With each description, the scenes grew more vivid, more real, though I knew they were not my own experiences. My cat's soft purr grounded me in the present as I turned to the second page, the graceful handwriting guiding me through misty gardens and candlelit shadows. The creaking of my home's wooden floors seemed to echo the sounds of the ancient floorboards in the letter. The scent of lavender permeated the room, carrying memories that felt both foreign and strangely familiar. The letter spoke of shared secrets, whispered promises, and a locket with a forgotten photograph. Though my hand found only bare skin where the locket should have hung, the weight of its absence lingered. Outside, the rain whispered secrets I strained to hear, adding to the mystery woven within the words on the paper. Rainy days in a library filled with shifting book titles blurred the lines between reality and imagination. As I reached the final page, the ink faded like vanishing memories, describing a choice that would reshape reality itself. A ritual under an otherworldly moon marked both an end and a new beginning, urging me to reconsider the stories I held dear. The letter's cryptic conclusion hinted at the fluidity of memories and the power of choice in shaping our realities. As I folded the paper back into its creases, my reflection in the window seemed to shift, showing a face both familiar and unknown. The rain subsided and the scent of lavender dispersed, leaving behind a lingering sense of the unknown. Placing the letter back in its envelope, I knew that my memories, whether real or imagined, would never be the same. Drifting off to sleep in my favorite armchair, the distant echoes of waves and piano music filled the room, accompanied by the phantom weight of a locket that had never existed, yet felt so real against my skin. Story 29. In a rare encounter with a dilapidated, deserted theater, I settled into a seat within the dimly lit auditorium. Silence descended like a veil, broken only by a faint, almost elusive laughter that meandered through the aisles. The soft sound intertwined with the musty aroma of velvet curtains and decaying props, as if the theater, forsaken as it was, retained echoes of nights filled with applause and happiness now reduced to spectral whispers. My purpose for being there was to seek inspiration for my writing, allured by whispers of the building's peculiar ambience. The weighty wooden doors groaned open at my touch, beckoning me into a realm suspended between bygone days and the present. Dust particles pirouetted in slender rays of light that filtered through lofty windows, crafting ethereal designs that swirled and danced like phantasmal performers on an unseen stage. Though faded, the crimson velvet seats exuded a certain grace. Tracing my fingertips along their worn fabric, I sensed a tapestry of tales woven into the fibers, countless nights of entertainment, love, and enchantment. The air held a subtle sweetness beneath its musty facade, redolent of aged perfume and cosmetic powder, akin to the lingering essence of performers long departed. As my eyes acclimated to the subdued light, I discerned subtle movements in my peripheral vision. The heavy stage curtains occasionally stirred, despite the absence of any breeze. The gentle rustle of fabric was accompanied by soft footfalls that seemed to traverse the stage, their rhythm mirroring the cadence of a forgotten dance. In the hush, I began to discern more sounds, the faint creaking of floorboards, as if unseen actors were taking their places, and the whisper-soft rustle of pages turning, akin to an invisible prompter perusing their script. These sounds were not alarming, but rather comforting, like being swathed in a quilt of memories. Here, time seemed to flow differently. Minutes elongated into hours as I remained motionless, absorbing the theater's tranquil symphony. The afternoon light gradually shifted, casting elongated shadows across the vacant seats. These shadows seemed to adopt shapes, the silhouettes of an attentive audience, their outlines hinting at elegant evening attire and meticulously styled hair. The laughter I had earlier perceived returned, now accompanied by what resembled muted applause. It felt distant yet intimate, like a recording played at the lowest possible volume. I closed my eyes, allowing the sound to envelop me. Upon reopening them, I could have sworn I glimpsed the flutter of a dress vanishing behind a column, the fabric catching the light fleetingly before disappearing. As twilight descended, the theater seemed to awaken. The temperature would fluctuate unexpectedly, pockets of warmth followed by cool drafts, as if imperceptible figures were passing by. The stage lights, dormant for decades, appeared to emit a faint, phosphorescent glow, barely discernible yet undeniably present. I found myself drawn to the stage. The wooden steps groaned beneath my weight as I ascended, each creak reverberating through the vacant expanse. Standing at center stage, facing rows of empty seats that somehow did not feel empty at all, I sensed an atmosphere charged with anticipation, akin to an audience holding its breath before the opening lines of a performance. From this vantage point, I noticed details previously overlooked. Small objects scattered in the wings, a tarnished handheld mirror, a lone glove, an antiquated script with yellowed, curling pages, all arranged as if their owners had momentarily stepped away. The mirror's tarnished surface, though weathered by time, occasionally captured reflections that had no business being there, fleeting glimpses of movement, bursts of color, gone before my focus could settle. When I finally spoke, my voice emerged as a mere whisper. "Is anyone there?" The words lingered in the air, swallowed by the darkness beyond the stage. The reply was not immediate, but rather a gradual amalgamation of subtle sounds, the rustle of fabric, distant murmurs, the soft patter of footsteps, interweaving like an orchestral composition building towards its climax. As I stood there, a realization dawned upon me that the theater was not truly vacant. It was brimming with echoes, not solely of sound, but of moments, emotions, and experiences. Each performance, every chuckle, every tear shed during a poignant scene had left an imprint, constructing layers of memory that had somehow solidified in the stillness. The laughter I had heard was not malevolent or scornful. It was jubilant, appreciative, stemming from genuine entertainment and delight. It was as though the theater itself had absorbed these instances of joy and occasionally allowed them to seep back into our world, like notes from a self-playing music box. As darkness encroached, I knew it was time to depart. Traversing the aisles back, I felt a gentle tug, as if the theater wished to detain me a while longer. The exit door appeared more distant than I recalled, the path leading to it winding through pools of shadow that seemed to have materialized out of nowhere. Upon finally reaching the door, I glanced back for a final glimpse. In that fleeting moment, the entire theater materialized before me as it must have existed in its prime seats occupied by shadowy figures, stage lights radiating warmth, curtains quivering with anticipation. Yet as swiftly as it materialized, it vanished, leaving behind the familiar void. Stepping outside, I comprehended that empty was an incorrect term altogether. The theater was replete, overflowing with stories, memories, moments frozen in time. and on occasion, if one listens intently enough, they may discern these narratives playing out once more, an eternal spectacle for an audience of one. The laughter I had heard would linger with me, a reminder that certain places are never truly forsaken. They merely bide their time, amassing recollections, until someone arrives who knows how to hearken to the echoes of joy lingering in the shadows. Story 30. As I sifted through a collection of forgotten art supplies in a quaint thrift shop, my fingers brushed against a weathered sketchbook tucked away in a dusty corner. Its cover worn and frayed, the book beckoned me with a silent promise of secrets waiting to be unveiled. Opening it revealed a world of meticulous blueprints, each page a dance of delicate lines and faded annotations. The scent of graphite and aged paper enveloped me, transporting me to a realm where time seemed to stand still. In the soft glow of my study lamp, the blueprints came alive, casting shadows that whispered of hidden truths and enigmatic intentions. Rain tapped gently against my window, a soothing symphony that accompanied my exploration of the mysterious designs. Every curve, every staircase, every window seemed to defy logic, weaving a tapestry of architectural impossibilities that drew me deeper into their web. My fingertips traced the contours of corridors that folded upon themselves, staircases leading to rooms that existed beyond the constraints of reality. It was as if the artist had captured a glimpse of a world that existed in the spaces between waking and dreaming. The marginal notes, written in a script that danced like poetry, spoke of threshold spaces and liminal architecture concepts that tugged at the edges of my understanding. I found myself lost in contemplation, trying to decipher the cryptic musings of an unknown mind that dared to dream beyond the ordinary. In the quiet of those late-night hours, I became a silent apprentice to the enigmatic architect, my pencil sketching interpretations of their visions. The act of creation became a meditation, a journey into the heart of a design that transcended the boundaries of the known. Shadows whispered secrets, corners curved in subtle defiance, and my home transformed into a sanctuary of whispered mysteries. One night, bathed in the silvery light of the moon, I uncovered a hidden sequence of numbers within the blueprints, a code that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. Hours slipped away as I unraveled its meaning, each digit a note in a symphony of mathematical beauty. The structure in my dreams beckoned, its corridors shifting beneath my feet as I explored a realm where architecture and imagination intertwined. The central chamber, a nexus of symbols and harmonies, became my obsession, a place where the resonance of liminal spaces whispered of untold wonders. With each sketch, I attempted to capture its essence, only to find it slipping through my fingers like water, elusive and ever-changing. As I sit in my study, penning these words by lamplight, I feel the weight of the sketchbook beside me, its pages fluttering with unseen whispers. The rain continues its gentle cadence, a lullaby that cradles me in a cocoon of mystery. Shadows dance in the corners, pulsing with a rhythm that echoes the heartbeat of the unknown. In these moments of quiet contemplation, I find solace in the knowledge that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. The blueprints, a map of dreams and possibilities, remind me of the spaces that exist beyond the edges of our perception, the liminal realms where magic and reality intertwine. And as I drift into the realm of dreams, I carry with me the whispered secrets of an architect lost to time, their legacy etched in lines of graphite and ink, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream. Story 31. In a forgotten gallery of ancient family treasures, amidst the dust and shadows, I stumbled upon a portrait that whispered a tale of mystery. The woman in the painting, with eyes full of hidden sorrow, beckoned me to uncover the secrets she guarded. A fragile letter, yellowed with time, nestled behind the frame, exuding the faint scent of lavender and memories long past. As I unfolded the delicate parchment, the world around me faded into a hazy dream, and the gallery transformed into a realm where time held no sway. The sunlight filtered through the tall windows, casting a soft glow on the worn wooden floor, where echoes of the past murmured with each step I took. With trembling fingers, I traced the faded words penned by a woman named Margaret, addressed to her dearest Elizabeth. In her elegant script, Margaret spoke of a journey across the sea, driven by dreams of a forgotten legacy left by their grandmother. The old music box, a key, and the tales of an ancient manor whispered in her mind, urging her to seek the truth hidden within their family's history. A map concealed within the portrait, a map that held the key to unraveling the mysteries that lingered in the shadows of the gallery. Margaret's words enveloped me in a cocoon of enchantment, weaving a tapestry of generations past and destinies intertwined. The gallery walls seemed to breathe with the weight of untold stories, and the portrait of Margaret gazed at me with a knowing smile, as if urging me to embark on the same journey she had taken. In the quiet dusk, the air was heavy with anticipation, and the flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows on the walls, revealing hidden truths in their play. As I pondered the path laid out by Margaret's letter, a sense of calm washed over me, like a soothing lullaby lulling me into a peaceful slumber. The decision to follow in Margaret's footsteps lingered in the air, a choice to be made when the time was right. I carefully returned the letter to its secret place, preserving the legacy of Margaret's words in the pages of my notebook. The gallery whispered its secrets as I departed, a faint melody lingering in the air, a promise of mysteries yet to unfold. The portrait's eyes, filled with ancient wisdom and untold stories, watched me leave with a gentle gaze, a silent invitation to return and delve deeper into the enigma that lay dormant within the gallery's walls. I knew that I would heed Margaret's call, that I would follow the whispers of the past into the realm of dreams where answers awaited, like pearls hidden in the depths of the ocean. And as I stepped out into the night, the stars above seemed to shimmer with a knowing wink, as if they, too, held the key to unlocking the mysteries of the past. Story 32. Late one night, cruising down a deserted highway, I caught sight of an ancient radio tower outlined against the moon's silver glow. Passing by, my car radio sputtered with static, a rhythmic pulse breaking through the interference, carrying a cryptic message. The chill night breeze, laced with the tang of metal and distant storms, hinted that the tower whispered secrets from a bygone era. Intrigued, I veered to the roadside, lured by an unexplainable fascination. The quiet purr of my car's engine hushed as I killed the ignition, leaving only the gentle rustle of wind through the tall grass and the steady, enigmatic static from my radio. The signal grew clearer, a dance of long and short bursts akin to Morse code, yet subtly different. The tower stood tall and vigilant against the deep indigo sky, its warning lights extinguished long ago. Rust had woven intricate designs on its metallic surface, almost as if intentional. Watching as clouds drifted lazily across the moon, casting shadows that made the tower seem to sway, a sense of familiarity crept in with the signal's rhythm. It felt like a half-remembered lullaby from childhood. Closing my eyes, I let the sound envelop me, trying to grasp where I had encountered it before. The static ebbed and flowed like gentle tides, carrying faint echoes of possible words just beyond comprehension. Reaching for my phone to capture the strange transmission, I discovered it unresponsive, the screen blank despite being fully charged. The air grew heavy with anticipation, as if the very atmosphere held its breath. A light mist began to gather, enveloping the tower's base like a soft shroud. Mesmerized by the cadence of the signal, memories not entirely my own surfaced. Visions of people in a control room, urgency etched on their faces as they discussed something vital, something worth preserving, played in my mind. The scene was vivid, complete with the scent of coffee and the whir of magnetic tape reels. The mist thickened, veiling the tower in a ghostly silhouette. The signal subtly shifted, and I started piecing together fragments of its message numbers, dates, scientific data, and coordinates. Time seemed to waver as I sat there, lost in the cocoon of sound and mist. The temperature dropped, prompting me to draw my jacket tighter, yet I couldn't tear myself away. Each crackle of static felt like a piece of an intricate puzzle, waiting decades for someone to decipher it. A soft glow emerged from the tower's base, pulsating in harmony with the radio signal, casting a warm, amber light that wove through the fog. Hypnotized by the mesmerizing display matching my breath's rhythm, my eyelids drooped. The signal's pattern evolved into something musical, resembling a soothing melody. Realization dawned that the memories I witnessed weren't random. They were purposefully transmitted, preserved in the loop of static and silence. As dawn approached, the mist dispersed, the signal fading gradually. The tower returned to silence, its enigmas cloaked in rust and history. My phone sprang to life, revealing missed calls from concerned loved ones. The first light of day painted the sky in gentle hues, casting a dreamlike quality over the night's events. Resuming my journey on the vacant highway, a change lingered. The signal's rhythm lingered just beneath the surface of my thoughts, a haunting melody. I knew I would revisit that place, delving deeper into its mystery. Certain frequencies, once tuned into, become ingrained within us, connecting us to something greater. Even now, on serene nights with the wind's whisper, I catch fleeting traces of that signal in the radio static. It serves as a reminder of the hidden mysteries awaiting discovery right before our eyes. The tower stands as a monument to those who came before, their message encrypted in eternal waves of static, patiently awaiting the decipherer. Story 33. In the heart of town, an old theater stood, its former glory now a faded memory. Balconies adorned with intricate designs and velvet seats once filled with applause and tears now whispered tales of a bygone era. Intrigued by an unexplainable pull, I stepped onto the weathered stage, greeted by a soft, haunting voice echoing through the empty halls. Its words carried a weight of sorrow and yearning, resonating with the essence of the forgotten theater. As I wandered, the scent of ancient curtains and abandoned dreams lingered in the air, blending with the soft murmur of the autumn breeze that weaved through unseen crevices. Each step I took reverberated through the aged wooden boards, as if awakening the slumbering memories trapped within. The atmosphere bore a thickness, as though layers of time itself enveloped me in a tender embrace. Above, the grand chandelier hung in silent vigil, its crystals dust-kissed, yet occasionally catching glimmers of light that painted delicate patterns on the walls. Intrigued, I gravitated towards the stage wing, where draped props lay shrouded in ghostly sheets, swaying gently in the dim light. The voice, once vivid, now barely a whisper, seemed to beckon from this direction. Among the forgotten props, a dusty dressing room mirror caught my eye. Its surface, aged and clouded, emitted an ethereal glow that defied its neglect. Approaching, a chill enveloped me, not unpleasant, but undeniably present. The mirror pulsed with an enigmatic energy, reflecting movements that did not align with my own, as if spectral performers from eras long past still graced its surface. The voice, now clearer, belonged to a woman, her melodic recitations painting a picture of a tragic romance. Time warped within this space, minutes stretching into hours as I delved deeper into the theater's secrets. Playbills crumbled beneath my touch, and remnants of perfumed costumes whispered of performances long forgotten. Guided by the voice, I explored further, stumbling upon scattered sheet music in the orchestra pit, their notes faded yet yearning for musicians to breathe life into them once more. With evening's approach, the shifting light cast elongated shadows that danced purposefully across the empty seats, in harmony with the gentle murmur that now filled the air. Seated in a well-preserved velvet chair, I observed the dance of dust motes in the waning sunlight, feeling the theater pulse and breathe around me, each wall a vessel for countless untold stories. In this tranquil moment, I realized that the voice was not merely a sound, but the essence of the theater itself, a keeper of memories. As night descended, the voice took on a new dimension, resonating from all directions, enveloping me in a warm embrace that vibrated with unseen energies. Its words, though clearer, remained just beyond comprehension, like fading echoes of a distant dream. Moonlight cascaded through the chandelier, casting iridescent hues that painted the ceiling with ethereal light. Drifting on the edge of slumber, the boundary between reality and reverie blurred. Phantom silhouettes of an unseen audience materialized, their presence felt in the play of light and shadow, enraptured by the voice that wove tales of yesteryears. With the deepening night came a profound sense of serenity, as the voice ebbed away like a receding tide, leaving behind a lingering gratitude. As I bid farewell to the theater, the voice became a memory, a faint echo etched in my mind. Yet the space felt different, pulsating with a newfound vitality despite its abandonment. Each step towards the exit echoed the theater's ancient sighs, a reminder that some places laden with history never truly stand empty but patiently wait for a listener. Months passed, yet the allure of the theater persisted, drawing me back between twilight and dawn. The voice, a constant presence, sometimes a mere whisper, served as a gentle guide through the layers of time and dust, revealing stories yearning to be heard by those who dared to listen. The theater remained a sanctuary where past and present intertwined, memories dancing in the moonlit shadows, forever preserved in the enigmatic echoes of that mysterious voice. Story 34. On a moonlit journey homeward, the nearly vacant subway car exuded an unusual weightiness. Nestled in the distant corner, a solitary figure perched in silence, their gaze fixed upon me as the train barreled through dim tunnels. The air hung heavy with the mingling sense of perspiration and musty air, while an eerie sensation of being observed settled upon me. The gentle sway of the car and the rhythmic clatter of wheels against tracks wove a hypnotic melody that typically would have ushered me into slumber. Yet this night bore a different essence. My focus incessantly gravitated back to the stranger, whose mere presence seemed to warp the very essence of reality surrounding them. The fluorescent lights overhead sporadically flickered, casting peculiar shadows that danced across the weathered metal walls. I discerned an oddity about my fellow traveler. Their silhouette possessed a slight blur, as though glimpsing them through a rain-splattered window. Upon blinking or shifting my gaze, their contours momentarily sharpened before softening once more. The effect, though subtle, eluded simple dismissal as mere fatigue-induced trickery, especially given what transpired next. With a gesture resembling a salutation, the stranger's movement left lingering trails in the air, akin to the glowing streaks painted by sparklers in the night sky. Each motion birthed ripples in the space enveloping them, distorting the advertisements adorning the walls behind. The car's temperature precipitously plummeted, inducing goosebumps to prickle along my arms. Time itself adopted a pliant quality, expanding and contracting with each breath drawn. The intervals between stations stretched, the obscurity beyond the windows deepened into an impenetrable void. The customary ambient subway sounds, the rush of air, mechanical groans, distant echoes, all faded into a velvety hush, leaving solely the heartbeat rhythm of wheels on tracks. I found myself scrutinizing their attire, a fusion of contemporary fashion and antiquity. A coat that might have graced a figure yesterday or a century past, shoes seemingly morphing between styles when not under direct scrutiny. Despite the overhead lighting, their countenance remained enshrouded in shadow, as if darkness itself gravitated towards them. The stranger began to hum, though the melody evaded my ear's grasp. Instead, the tune reverberated within my chest, a haunting harmony redolent of childhood lullabies and forsaken dreams. My eyelids grew leaden, yet I wrestled to maintain wakefulness, ensnared betwixt comfort and disquiet. Subtle metamorphoses befell the subway car's minutiae. Advertisements shifted images when glimpsed peripherally. Metal poles bent at implausible angles before snapping back to normal upon direct focus. Window reflections portrayed scenes impossible: verdant gardens, grand libraries, distant constellations. The stranger rose languidly, their movement fluid akin to water in weightlessness. Advancing towards me, I discerned their feet barely grazed the floor. An opalescent shimmer enveloped the air around them, akin to heat waves rising from scorching pavement. Their presence suffused the car with an aura of eons-old wisdom and boundless patience. Seating themselves opposite me, I briefly glimpsed their visage, kind and ancient, familiar yet impossible to commit to memory. When they spoke, their voice echoed like zephyrs through autumn foliage. "You perceive beyond most," they intoned, though their lips remained motionless. Rare to encounter one still awake during this hour of reality. Desiring to respond, to voice the myriad queries ablaze within, I found myself enfolded in a profound tranquility. The train's gentle rocking transmuted into a cradle, the darkness beyond the windows embraced warmly. The stranger's presence ceased to menace, resembling instead a reunion with a long-lost comrade whose name lingered just beyond recollection. Upon reopening my eyes, solitude greeted me within the subway car. The fluorescent lights buzzed with customary harshness, advertisements displayed their mundane wares. The air reverted to its standard temperature, subway sounds resuming their familiar chorus. Yet a change had transpired. In the window's reflection, a subtle iridescence clung to my attire, akin to dewdrops on a spider's web. Nestled within my pocket, I discovered a ticket stub unrecalled in purchase, inscribed with characters in an unfamiliar alphabet, yet comprehensible to my mind. Henceforth, on nocturnal subway sojourns, I keenly observed my fellow passengers. Occasionally, when light strikes just so, I glimpse blurred edges and lingering afterimages. And on rare occasions, a distant hum reverberates not within my ears, but within my very bones, a reminder that reality possesses a fluidity far vaster than envisioned, particularly within those liminal thresholds between here and there, between consciousness and slumber. Story 35. In the depths of my humble abode, I stumbled upon a long-forgotten drawer nestled within an ancient desk. With a touch of determination, I coaxed the lock open and unearthed a carefully folded note. The paper, weathered and tinged with age, bore elegant script that hinted at a hidden narrative about the house's enigmatic past. A subtle aroma of cedar and antiquity clung to the note, beckoning me to delve into its enigma. As I gingerly unfurled the delicate parchment, a hushed whisper of time enveloped the tranquil room. The evening sun filtered through delicate lace curtains, casting ethereal shadows that pirouetted across the desk's weathered surface. An air of anticipation thickened, yet it carried a soothing quality akin to the calm before a gentle rain. The note bore a date from eras long past, penned in flowing strokes that spoke of bygone days. "My dearest friend," it began, "I bear a burden upon my heart that I must confess." Each sentence drew me further into the narrative, each revelation more captivating than the last. The writer recounted a series of peculiar occurrences within these very walls, phantom footsteps echoing through vacant corridors, objects shifting mysteriously in solitude, and the bewitching appearance of fresh blooms in a solitary vase beneath the full moon. Enthralled, I sank deeper into my seat, captivated by the unfolding tale. The author spoke of a concealed chamber hidden within the house, veiled behind walls privy to countless secrets. According to the note, this room safeguarded something precious, not riches of gold or jewels, but treasures of memories frozen in time. The measured tick-tock of the grandfather clock provided a steady cadence as I delved deeper, its pendulum swaying in a mesmerizing rhythm. The writer recounted the discovery of an ancient journal secreted within the walls, chronicling the lives of the house's original inhabitants. Yet these were no ordinary entries. They chronicled shared dreams across generations, whispered dialogues that transcended the constraints of time. As night descended beyond the window panes, I illuminated a tarnished brass lamp, casting a warm, golden sheen upon the pages. The note alluded to a series of cryptic symbols etched discreetly into door frames throughout the house, symbols I had long dismissed as mere ornamentation. Yet the writer insinuated that these symbols formed a labyrinthine map leading to the hidden chamber's entrance. My fingertips traced the edge of the parchment as I absorbed the writer's struggles to decipher these enigmatic symbols. They had unraveled fragments of the intricate pattern, yet a missing piece perpetually eluded them. The note spoke of symbols waxing and waning with the lunar phases, a cosmic dance that echoed the ebb and flow of time. The rustle of wind through the trees outside provided a gentle serenade to my reading, their boughs casting fleeting shadows upon the walls. The writer articulated a burgeoning belief that the house itself pulsed with memories, a benevolent custodian of tales past, not a harbinger of dread, but a keeper of whispered chronicles. Approaching the note's conclusion, the author unveiled a startling revelation. They had begun to experience dreams that felt more akin to memories, vivid vignettes from the house's bygone eras unfolding in slumber. These dreams unfailingly featured a woman draped in a cerulean gown, her silent smile pregnant with unspoken truths. The final passage bore a cryptic directive. When the midnight bells toll 13 times and moonlight bathes the seventh step, the path shall manifest to those who hearken with their hearts, not their ears. Holding my breath, I absorbed these enigmatic words, attuned to every subtle creak and whisper in my abode, the faint groan of floorboards, the distant susurration of zephyrs, the imperceptible passage of time. The note concluded abruptly, unsigned, leaving me with a tapestry of queries. As I carefully folded the parchment, a concealed sketch caught my eye, a familiar geometric motif that eluded recognition. Glancing up, I discerned the room's deepening obscurity, save for the lambent glow of the lamp. The house felt transformed, not with disquiet, but with a profound awareness of the narratives enshrined within its time-worn embrace. Every shadow, each creak, every subtle shift in the atmosphere bore newfound significance. Reverently returning the note to its resting place, I opted against locking the drawer. An intuition whispered that this discovery marked only the prologue to a grander enigma, one unfolding gradually, akin to the gentle illumination of dawn. Seated amidst the burgeoning gloom, I pondered the prospect of dreaming of the enigmatic woman in blue, contemplating the enigmas she might divulge in the silent depths of night. The grandfather clock's measured ticking persisted, a comforting metronome, while a distant church bell tolled in the night. Absently counting the chimes, my thoughts lingered on the mysteries unveiled by the note. And as the final echo faded into silence, a phantom rustle, akin to a fleeting blue dress, brushed through the vacant chamber, leaving naught but a mystical aura in its wake. Story 36. On a chilly, misty evening, I sought refuge at a long-forgotten bus stop hidden on a quiet street. Under the faint glow of a solitary street lamp, a soft, rhythmic murmur began to weave its way out from the shadows surrounding me. The mingled scents of rain-kissed pavement and moist leaves imbued the sound with a haunting closeness, hinting at a hidden sorrow of the night. The gentle patter of rain on the metal roof provided a calming backdrop to my solitude. Nestling into the aged wooden bench, worn smooth by years of patient waiting, I observed the ancient schedule board, its faded markings whispering tales of roots long abandoned. My breath formed wispy clouds in the crisp air as I tuned into the mysterious murmur intensifying gradually. Initially, I mistook it for the wind playing through the rusted shelter frame or the distant hum of passing cars. Yet there was a deliberate quality to its rhythm, like a conversation held just below the surface of comprehension. The murmur carried fragments of words, incomplete phrases dancing at the edges of understanding. The flicker of the street lamp above cast fleeting shadows that seemed to move with purposeful intent. At that moment, I noticed something peculiar about the bench beneath me. Intricate patterns like numbers or dates had been intricately carved into the wood, only visible when caught in the right light. Running my fingers over these enigmatic markings, the murmur shifted its source. It no longer seemed to emanate from the shadows, but resonated from within the bench, vibrating through the wood and into my very bones. The sensation was not unsettling, but oddly comforting, akin to a lullaby in a foreign tongue. Each number I traced altered the pitch and tempo of the sound ever so subtly. The rain continued its gentle symphony, and I found myself swaying imperceptibly to the curious harmony of water and whispers. The air grew thick with a warm, inexplicable presence, carrying a faint hint of summer blooms and sun-drenched timber. It felt as if the bus stop existed in its own secluded realm of time, where seasons and memories blended in a mysterious convergence. I noticed my watch had halted, its hands frozen at a perplexing angle between digits. Rather than unsettling me, this realization felt like a natural part of the enigmatic encounter. The boundaries between reality and dream began to blur, as soft as moth wings against my awareness. The murmur gradually evolved into a more structured form, though still indecipherable. It resembled the overlapping chatter of multiple conversations in a bustling room, yet each voice seemed to belong to the same speaker across different epochs. Drifting into a tranquil state of consciousness, visions began to materialize in my mind, fleeting glimpses of past passengers waiting, each leaving their unseen imprint on the humble shelter. Their stories seemed to seep from the very structure, carried by the mysterious murmur that had enveloped me. An elderly woman with gentle eyes holding a letter close to her heart. A young man in a bygone uniform checking his watch with anticipation. A child in a yellow raincoat tracing patterns in the glass fog. Each apparition felt as tangible as my own presence, yet as ethereal as morning mist. The street lamp's glow took on a liquid quality, pooling around my feet in mesmerizing ways. The carved numbers on the bench began to emit a faint luminescence, casting intricate patterns that danced across my skin. Time flowed differently in this place, like honey trickling from a spoon, sweet and slow. When I eventually opened my eyes, I realized the rain had ceased, though I couldn't recall when. The murmur had softened to a barely audible hum, akin to the lingering echo of a dream. The air retained that peculiar warmth, the carved numbers still softly aglow, yet a shift had occurred in the atmosphere. Rising from the bench, I felt altered in some indefinable way, as if I had been initiated into a secret shared by all who had waited here before me. The mysterious murmur had imparted no concrete revelations, no clear message or meaning, yet I felt enriched by its presence, touched by something both ancient and perpetually new. As I readied to depart, my reflection in the rain-streaked shelter glass caught my eye. For an instant, it seemed to blend with the ghostly images of past passengers, our features merging in the dim light. Reaching out to touch the cool surface, the murmur swelled once more, a fleeting embrace of farewell. Walking away from the bus stop, I carried with me an unwavering sense of having encountered something profound yet undefinable. Though the murmur had faded, its resonance lingered, a gentle reminder that certain mysteries are meant not to be unraveled, but simply experienced and cherished in their exquisite ambiguity. Story 37. During a serene afternoon wander through a neglected courtyard, a captivating and exotic aroma beckoned me. The scent, a mysterious fusion of spices and ancient stone, drifted through the air with a message carried on its fragrant waves. Step by step, I felt a magnetic pull towards the origin of this enchanting perfume, driven to unravel the enigma shrouding it. The courtyard, a forgotten haven, was enclosed by weathered walls veiled in ancient ivy. Soft autumn breezes rustled fallen leaves over weathered flagstones, composing hushed melodies that harmonized with the tantalizing scent in the air. The fading light of late afternoon filtered through a canopy of branches, casting intricate shadows that danced leisurely across the ground. Venturing deeper into this secluded space, I detected subtle shifts in the air's quality. The rich scent grew more potent near a corner where an aged wooden door stood, its surface adorned with intricate patterns faded by time. The fragrance stirred elusive memories, hints of childhood winters, dreams on the cusp of recollection. A curious stone bench nestled against the wall caught my eye, its surface smoothed by years of rain and wind, exuding a strangely inviting warmth to my touch. Settling onto the bench, the aroma pulsed gently, akin to a distant heartbeat. An oddly comforting sensation enveloped me amidst the strangeness of it all. Seated, I observed peculiar details previously overlooked. Small carved symbols adorned the bases of surrounding columns, their meanings lost to bygone eras. They seemed to shift subtly in the changing light, a mere illusion perhaps. The ivy clinging to the walls trembled sporadically, even in the absence of a breeze. Time itself seemed to warp within that hidden sanctuary, the shadows elongated at an unusual pace, minutes slipping away unnoticed, or were they hours? The spicy fragrance would intermittently intensify, then dissipate, only to reappear from a different direction, guiding me through an unseen performance. Each wave carried new nuances, whispers of cinnamon, hints of cardamom, echoes of something ancient and profound. One evening, an elderly gardener materialized, tending to foliage in a distant corner. Inquiring about the scent, she offered a cryptic smile, remarking, "Some places retain forgotten memories." Her words lingered as she vanished beyond a hedge, leaving me to ponder her cryptic wisdom. The mystery deepened as peculiar items materialized on the bench during subsequent visits. A tarnished brass key, a dried flower of unknown origin, a script in an unfamiliar tongue. Each object vanished by the next visit, replaced by another enigma. Weeks unfurled, drawing me back to the courtyard with increasing frequency. The fragrance evolved with each return, a steadfast companion amidst shifting subtleties. Flickers of movement caught my peripheral vision, elusive yet persistent, vanishing upon direct gaze. One tranquil evening, as sunlight bathed the walls in amber hues, fragrant smoke curled from between flagstones near the bench. The smoke wove intricate patterns, almost resembling letters, before dissolving into the encroaching darkness. Touching the smoke, expecting it to disperse instead, a gentle warmth tingled through my fingers, a fleeting connection to something ancient and vast. Visions flooded my mind, generations intertwined with this place, each experiencing its mystery in their own time. Their stories intertwined with mine, weaving a tapestry of shared experiences beyond temporal confines. As winter approached, the aroma shifted once more, growing subtler, more elusive. The courtyard's allure transformed with the chill, yet the enigma persisted. The scent now emerged only at specific junctures, dawn, dusk, and those fleeting moments when time itself seemed to pause. Till this day I return to the courtyard, the spicy fragrance a familiar companion with an unexplained origin. Just when I feel on the brink of understanding, it eludes me, revealing new facets that deepen the enigma. Perhaps some mysteries are meant to be felt, embraced, carried like cherished secrets. The gardener's enigmatic words linger in my thoughts. Some places retain forgotten memories. In quiet reverie on the ancient bench, inhaling the enigmatic aroma, I ponder perhaps it's not the place remembering, but the memories themselves seeking a listener to share their tale. Story 38. In the depths of my attic, amongst forgotten relics and dusty memories, I stumbled upon an ancient radio. Its dial worn smooth by time, its speakers silent until a hushed night when it stirred to life with a crackling whisper. From the static emerged faint voices and distant melodies, carrying the poignant aroma of aged metal and dreams long lost. Each note sounded like a wistful echo from a bygone era yearning to be remembered. After that enigmatic first night, I found myself irresistibly drawn to the attic's allure. Dust motes pirouetted in slender moonbeams that filtered through a small window, casting a spell of enchantment over the space. The wooden floorboards murmured softly beneath my feet as I navigated towards the corner where the radio perched upon an old oak table, its mahogany surface weathered by years of faithful service. As twilight painted the sky in soft watercolors, I settled into a worn leather armchair beside the radio, the routine as natural as breathing. I would switch on the brass dial, watching the gentle amber glow of the vacuum tubes illuminate, anticipating what the night would bring. Some evenings, only the quiet hiss of static filled the air, reminiscent of a gentle rain. But on certain mysterious nights, when the atmosphere crackled with potential, something extraordinary unfolded. The music would trickle in, not in a sudden rush, but in a gradual unfurling from the white noise, akin to a photograph developing in a darkroom. The melodies were ethereal waltzes drifting on unseen breezes, jazz pieces murmuring of long-forgotten smoke-filled rooms, and voices singing in languages unfamiliar yet intimately known. During a particular autumn evening, as the wind whispered through the trees outside, a shift occurred in the radio's broadcast. Amidst the musical tapestries, I discerned soft, clear words. Remember the garden, remember the dance, remember the promise. The voice held neither gender nor age, yet exuded a warmth that tingled my skin with a sense of recognition. I began documenting these enigmatic transmissions in a journal, noting the moon's phases, the weather, and any discernible patterns. The pages filled with descriptions of songs that seemed to respond to my innermost thoughts, of voices recounting memories I had never lived, but felt deeply familiar. Winter descended, shrouding the attic in longer nights and earlier shadows. Yet I scarcely noticed the chill, enveloped in the cocoon of sound the radio provided. Sometimes I would drift into slumber in the armchair, only to awaken hours later to find the radio still murmuring its melodies, intertwining with my dreams. In those liminal moments between sleep and wakefulness, the silhouettes of the voices behind the music danced like wisps of smoke in the dimness. The most remarkable broadcast arrived on a night draped in silent snow, cloaking the world in a hush of white. The radio spoke directly to me, recounting details of my childhood long buried: my first bicycle's color, a cherished pet's name, the tune my grandmother hummed while baking. Rather than instilling fear, these revelations brought a profound tranquility, as though I were gently reminded of my true essence. With each passing month, subtle shifts permeated my daily existence. Colors shimmered more vividly, memories etched themselves more deeply, and dreams unfurled with heightened significance. The radio's influence transcended its mysterious broadcasts, stirring something dormant within me. I found myself humming tunes unknown to my conscious mind, yet resonating as intimately as my heartbeat. During silent nights when the radio lay dormant for hours, I pondered the layers of reality enveloping us, unseen yet palpable. How many frequencies of existence hummed in harmony beyond our ordinary perception? The radio ceased to be merely a device. It transformed into a portal, offering glimpses into parallel dimensions. I refrained from dissecting its workings, sensing that its magic, if indeed magic, it was dwelled in the liminal space between reality and imagination. Perhaps the radio itself was not extraordinary. Perhaps it merely aided me in attuning to frequencies latent within myself. As I pen these recollections, the radio serenades me each night, its mysteries unsolved but embraced. I've learned that some questions hold more value in their asking than in their resolution. In the soft static between songs, in the murmured words that may be messages or memories, I've unearthed a different truth, one that speaks not to the mind, but to the soul that recalls what it has never known. The warm glow of the vacuum tubes now serves as my nocturnal beacon, and the gentle crackle of the speaker lulls me into dreams. Before succumbing to slumber, I muse if somewhere another soul listens to their own enigmatic radio, catching echoes of my life as I catch whispers of theirs. Connected by invisible threads of sound and memory, we twirl eternally through the night.